This audiobook reveals, for the first time, the complete compilation of these universal energy codes, specific frequencies, vibrational patterns, and energetic protocols that allow access to hidden dimensions of reality. This is not abstract theory or vague philosophy, but practical, testable, and replicable instructions for tuning your consciousness to the master waves of the universe. You will discover the 12 fundamental codes that govern everything from material manifestation to the expansion of consciousness. Learn how to identify invisible energetic blocks that sabotage your results and master precise techniques to reprogram your bioelectrical field. Each chapter unveils a different secret archive, building a complete system of energetic mastery that transforms not only your external reality, but the very structure of how you interact with the cosmos. Prepare to access knowledge that has been deliberately kept secret, guarded within hermetic societies and encoded languages. The archives are being opened. The question is, are you ready to unlock the universe? Chapter 1. The Zero File. The discovery of the primordial energy field. There exists a map that predates all written history, not carved in stone or inscribed on papyrus, but encoded in the very fabric of reality itself. The ancient civilizations didn't just believe in an underlying energy field connecting all things. They measured it, mapped it, and developed precise technologies to interact with it. Then, for reasons that become clearer as we proceed, this knowledge was systematically obscured, fragmented across mystery schools, and dismissed by the emerging scientific paradigm. What you're about to discover is not New Age speculation or mystical fantasy. It's the archaeological record of humanity's lost science of consciousness and energy. The story begins in 1952, when a German physicist named W.O. Schumann calculated the resonant frequency of Earth's electromagnetic field at 783 Hz. This wasn't particularly controversial. What disturbed the scientific establishment was what happened next. Researchers discovered that this exact frequency matched the alpha wave state of human brain activity during meditation and deep relaxation. The human nervous system, it turned out, was literally tuned to resonate with the planet's electromagnetic heartbeat. This wasn't coincidence. It was evidence of something far more profound. A universal field of energy that everything exists within and responds to. But Schumann wasn't the first to discover this field. He was simply the first to measure it with modern instruments. Thousands of years earlier, cultures across the planet had already mapped this energy with astonishing precision. The ancient Chinese called it qi, and developed an entire medical system based on its flow through meridians in the body. Indian yogis named it prana, and created breathing techniques to consciously direct its movement. Hawaiian kahunas knew it as mana. Japanese traditions called it ki. Different names, identical descriptions, an invisible, measurable, manipulable energy that flows through all living things and responds to consciousness. The truly shocking discovery came when researchers began comparing these ancient systems. They weren't vague philosophical concepts. They were technical manuals. The acupuncture points, mapped by Chinese physicians over 3,000 years ago, align perfectly with locations modern bioelectrical scanning identifies as having measurably different electrical conductivity. The chakra system described in Vedic texts from 1500 BCE corresponds exactly to the locations of major nerve plexuses and endocrine glands, discovered by Western anatomy only in the last 2 centuries. These weren't lucky guesses. They were the result of systematic observation and experimentation by cultures that had developed technologies of consciousness we're only beginning to rediscover. Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza. Conventional archaeology insists it was built as a tomb, despite the complete absence of any mummy, burial goods, or hieroglyphic inscriptions that mark every other confirmed Egyptian tomb. What if we've been looking at it wrong? The pyramid's dimensions encode the mathematical relationships of Earth's proportions with precision that wouldn't be matched until satellite measurements in the 1960s. Its orientation aligns to true north with an accuracy of 3/60th of a degree. The King's Chamber dimensions create a resonant frequency that matches the Schumann resonance. Christopher Dunn, a master craftsman and engineer, demonstrated that the structure's acoustic properties suggest it was designed as a power plant, using the aquifer beneath it to generate electromagnetic resonance. The ancient Egyptians weren't building tombs. They were building energy technology. This pattern repeats globally with uncomfortable consistency. Stonehenge's blue stones were transported over 150 miles from Wales, a seemingly impossible feat for Neolithic people. Why go to such extraordinary effort? Because those specific stones contain unusually high concentrations of quartz crystal, which generates piezoelectric charges when subjected to pressure or vibration. The entire structure functions as a massive resonance chamber, amplifying telluric currents from Earth's electromagnetic field. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dated to 9600 BCE, and thus older than Stonehenge by 6,000 years, shows the same architectural principles. Massive T-shaped pillars arranged in circles, aligned to celestial events, built from stone with specific electromagnetic properties. These weren't religious monuments in the way we understand them. They were precision instruments for interacting with the planetary energy field. The evidence becomes overwhelming when we examine what happened to this knowledge. During the Library of Alexandria's destruction between 48 BCE and 640 CE, an estimated 400,000 scrolls were lost. We know from surviving fragments that this collection included detailed technical texts from Egypt, Greece, Persia, India, and beyond. The Gnostic texts discovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945 reveal that early Christian mystics possessed sophisticated understanding of consciousness, energy bodies, and techniques for spiritual transformation. These texts were declared heretical and systematically destroyed. The Cathars of medieval France, who practiced direct personal connection to divine energy without church intermediaries, were exterminated in a genocidal crusade. The pattern is consistent. Knowledge of direct energy manipulation was considered dangerous by institutional authorities and actively suppressed. Why? Because this knowledge represents the ultimate decentralization of power. If individuals can directly access universal energy to heal themselves, manifest abundance, and expand consciousness, they don't need intermediaries. They don't need priests to mediate their relationship with the divine. They don't need doctors to grant permission for their healing. They don't need governments to allocate resources they can generate through aligned energy. The primary energy field represented a threat to every power structure built on scarcity, dependency, and control. So it was branded as heresy, superstition, and primitive ignorance. The scientific revolution, for all its genuine advances, threw out the baby with the bathwater, dismissing consciousness and energy work as religious fantasy, while pursuing a purely materialist model of reality. Yet even within mainstream science, the evidence kept appearing. In the 1940s, Dr. Harold Saxton Burr at Yale University spent decades measuring what he called L fields, electromagnetic fields surrounding all living organisms. He discovered these fields weren't produced by the body, but rather seemed to organize and direct biological processes. The field came first, and matter followed its template. His work was largely ignored because it contradicted the prevailing mechanistic view of biology. In the 1970s, physicist Fritz Albert Popp discovered that all living cells emit ultra-weak photon emissions, essentially light. This biophoton field appeared to function as a communication system between cells, transmitting information faster than chemical signaling could account for. Again, the implications were revolutionary, and again, the research was marginalized. The Russians, less constrained by Western scientific dogma, pursued this research more aggressively. Soviet scientists developed Kirlian photography, which captures the electromagnetic discharge around living and non-living objects. They discovered that living things display distinctive corona patterns that change based on health, emotional state, and consciousness. Healers showed measurably different patterns when actively directing energy. Plants displayed phantom effects, where the energetic template of a removed leaf remained visible in the field for hours. This wasn't mysticism. It was repeatable, measurable phenomenon that simply didn't fit the accepted paradigm. The breakthrough that should have changed everything came from physicist Nassim Haramein and biologist Rupert Sheldrake, working independently but arriving at similar conclusions. Haramein's unified field theory proposes that space itself isn't empty, but infinitely dense with energy at the quantum scale. Every point in space contains enough energy to power all the stars in the observable universe. This isn't New Age philosophy. It's calculated from established physics. Matter, in this model, is simply a specific geometric organization of this underlying field. Sheldrake's morphogenetic field theory suggests that memory and patterns are stored not in matter, but in fields that transcend space and time. This explains phenomena like the 100th monkey effect, and why skills spread faster through populations once a critical threshold learns them. Both theories point to the same conclusion. Consciousness and energy are fundamental, and matter is secondary. What the ancients called the primordial energy field, modern physics is rediscovering as the quantum field, the zero-point field, the Higgs field, different names for the same underlying reality. The difference is that ancient practitioners developed practical technologies for consciously interacting with this field, while modern science has mostly just measured it from a distance. The yogis weren't theorizing about prana. They were manipulating it directly through breath, attention, and intention. The Qigong masters weren't philosophizing about universal energy. They were demonstrating measurable effects, moving objects without touching them, healing diseases through directed energy, extending human lifespan through cultivation practices. The implications are staggering. If consciousness can interact directly with the quantum field, then reality is far more malleable than we've been taught. The observer effect in quantum mechanics, where particles behave differently when observed, isn't a quirk of measurement. It's evidence that consciousness collapses probability waves into specific outcomes. Every spiritual tradition that taught reality is created by consciousness wasn't speaking metaphorically. They were describing the actual mechanics of manifestation. The energy field responds to coherent intention. It organizes matter according to the patterns held in consciousness. This is why prayer works when it does, why visualization techniques produce measurable results, why belief systems become self-fulfilling prophecies. We're not passive observers of a mechanical universe. We're active participants in a responsive, conscious field. The suppression of this knowledge makes perfect sense when you understand what it enables. A population trained to recognize and manipulate universal energy cannot be easily controlled. They heal their own diseases, breaking dependency on pharmaceutical companies. They manifest their own abundance, breaking dependency on economic systems designed to create scarcity. They expand their consciousness beyond fear-based programming, breaking dependency on governments that rule through manufactured threats. The primordial energy field is the ultimate democratizer. Access it, and you access the source code of reality itself. This is why the knowledge was fragmented, why it was encoded in symbols and myths that only initiates could decode, why it was mixed with religious doctrine that obscured the practical techniques beneath layers of metaphor. Those who knew wanted to preserve the knowledge for those ready to use it responsibly, while keeping it hidden from those who would weaponize it or suppress it entirely. The ancient mystery schools weren't about religious belief. They were about energy training. The initiations weren't symbolic rituals. They were consciousness expansion protocols. The temples weren't houses of worship. They were laboratories for exploring the interface between mind and matter. We stand now at a unique moment in history. The suppression is breaking down. Quantum physics is validating what mystics always knew. Technology is developing instruments sensitive enough to measure what ancient practitioners learned to sense directly. The internet has made it impossible to fully control information. The mystery school teachings, once available only to dedicated initiates after years of preparation, are now accessible to anyone with curiosity and discernment. The Zero File, humanity's original instruction manual for reality, is being reassembled from scattered fragments. But here's what most people miss when they first encounter this information. The primordial energy field isn't something you need to believe in. Belief is irrelevant. The field exists whether you acknowledge it or not. You're already interacting with it constantly, mostly unconsciously. Every thought you think creates ripples in the field. Every emotion you feel generates an electromagnetic signature that broadcasts your state to everything around you. Every intention you hold becomes a pattern that the field begins organizing matter around. You've been doing this your entire life. The only question is whether you want to continue doing it unconsciously, at the mercy of conditioned patterns and random thoughts, or whether you're ready to learn the protocols for conscious interaction. The ancient practitioners understood something we're only beginning to grasp. Consciousness isn't produced by the brain. The brain is a receiver and transmitter for consciousness that exists in the field. Your thoughts aren't private events happening inside your skull. They're energetic broadcasts propagating through space. When you learn to perceive and direct this energy consciously, you stop being a puppet of circumstances and become an artist of reality. You stop asking the universe for permission and start creating in partnership with it. You recognize that abundance, health, connection, and purpose aren't scarce resources to be competed for. They're natural states that emerge when your energy aligns with the field's fundamental frequencies. This is what the suppressed knowledge teaches. Not positive thinking or wishful fantasy, but precise protocols for field interaction. The ancients didn't build pyramids and stone circles because they were bored or superstitious. They built instruments that amplified and focused universal energy because they understood the mechanics of manifestation. They didn't create elaborate meditation practices and breathing techniques because they enjoyed sitting still. They developed technologies for upgrading human consciousness and expanding its capacity to interface with the field. Every practice, every teaching, every encoded symbol was part of a comprehensive system for human transformation and reality mastery. The Zero File isn't called Zero because it's empty. It's called Zero because it's the foundation that all other codes build upon. Before you can work with frequency codes, intention protocols, or resonance patterns, you need to understand the fundamental nature of what you're working with. The universe isn't made of matter that occasionally displays energetic properties. It's made of energy that occasionally condenses into matter. Consciousness isn't an emergent property of complex neural networks. It's a fundamental feature of the field itself. You aren't a biological machine learning to manipulate energy. You're energy and consciousness that temporarily inhabits a biological form. Once you truly comprehend this, everything changes. The question stops being whether the energy field exists and becomes how to interact with it more effectively. The question stops being whether consciousness affects reality and becomes what patterns you want to hold in consciousness. The question stops being whether you can manifest your desires and becomes whether your desires align with your highest evolution. Because here's the secret that even many energy practitioners miss. The field doesn't just respond to any intention. It responds most powerfully to intentions that align with its own fundamental nature, which is expansion, connection, creation, and evolution. This is why selfish manifestation produces temporary results at best. Not because the universe is morally judging you, but because intentions rooted in separation and scarcity don't resonate with a field whose fundamental nature is unity and abundance. It's like trying to tune a radio to receive AM signals on an FM frequency. You can force it temporarily, but it requires enormous energy and produces distorted results. When your intentions align with the field's natural flow, manifestation becomes effortless. Not because you're being rewarded for good behavior, but because you're working with the current instead of against it. The ancient wisdom keepers knew this. Their practices weren't just about gaining power or manifesting desires. They were about aligning consciousness with universal consciousness, tuning individual energy to universal energy, evolving the self to match the field's frequency of love, creativity, and expansion. The powers that came with this alignment, the abilities to heal, manifest, and influence reality, were side effects of the primary transformation, becoming a clear, coherent, aligned expression of the primordial field itself. This is what was suppressed. Not just techniques for manifestation, but the complete roadmap for human transformation. The protocols for evolving beyond fear-based survival consciousness into creative, aligned, empowered participation with universal intelligence. The methods for shifting from scarcity-based competition to abundance-based cooperation. The practices for expanding awareness beyond the individual self into recognition of fundamental unity with all existence. This knowledge threatens every system built on keeping humans small, afraid, and convinced they're powerless victims of circumstances beyond their control. The zero file represents the beginning of your journey back to what you already are. A conscious node in the universal energy field, capable of perceiving, directing, and creating with the same fundamental forces that organize galaxies and generate life. The codes that follow in subsequent chapters will give you specific techniques and protocols. But without understanding this foundation, those techniques become mere tricks, party games of consciousness that might produce interesting results, but won't transform your fundamental relationship with reality. You are not learning to manipulate an external field. You are remembering how to consciously participate in the field you've always been part of. The ancients didn't discover something new. They remembered something forgotten. And now, standing on the edge of a new era, with both ancient wisdom and modern science converging on the same truths, you have the opportunity to remember it too. The zero file is open. The primordial energy field awaits your conscious recognition. Everything that follows builds on this foundation. Reality is energy. Energy responds to consciousness, and you are both. Let's proceed. Chapter 2. Frequency Code. Tuning into the master waves. Everything vibrates. This isn't metaphysical poetry. It's measurable physics. The chair you're sitting on appears solid, but zoom into its atomic structure, and you'll find particles oscillating at specific frequencies, held together by electromagnetic forces. Your body feels dense and material, yet it's 99.9% empty space with subatomic particles vibrating in precise patterns. Even your thoughts generate measurable electromagnetic frequencies that can be detected with sensitive instruments. The entire universe is a symphony of vibration, and your consciousness is both an instrument within that symphony and a conductor capable of changing the music being played. The ancient mystery schools taught that reality operates on 7 primary frequency bands, each corresponding to a different level of consciousness and manifestation power. Modern science has independently verified this through brainwave research, identifying distinct frequency ranges that correlate with specific states of awareness. What the yogis called levels of consciousness, and what neuroscientists call brainwave states, are describing the same phenomenon from different perspectives. But here's what most people miss. These aren't just passive states you experience randomly. They're frequencies you can consciously tune into, like adjusting a radio dial, and each frequency gives you access to different capabilities and different layers of reality. Let's start with the frequency most people operate from by default. Beta, ranging from 14 to 40 Hz. This is your normal waking consciousness, the state of analytical thinking, problem-solving, and active engagement with the external world. Beta is necessary for navigating daily life, but it's also the frequency of stress, anxiety, and the constant mental chatter that most people mistake for their identity. When you're worried about bills, replaying arguments in your head, or planning your next move, you're locked in beta. This frequency connects you to the physical dimension of reality, where everything appears separate, solid, and governed by linear time. You can survive in beta, but you cannot transform in it. The first shift happens when you drop into alpha, the 8 to 13 Hz range. This is the bridge frequency, the gateway between your conscious analytical mind and the deeper layers of consciousness where real power resides. Alpha is the state of relaxed awareness, what you naturally enter during meditation, just before falling asleep, or when you're absorbed in a creative activity. In alpha, your brain waves literally synchronize with the Schumann resonance, Earth's electromagnetic heartbeat at 783 Hz. This isn't coincidence. It's the frequency at which your individual consciousness begins merging with the planetary field. Ancient practitioners spent lifetimes learning to sustain alpha states because this is where intention begins to affect probability. In beta, you think about what you want. In alpha, you begin broadcasting it into the quantum field. But alpha is just the beginning. Drop deeper into theta, the 4 to 7 Hz range, and you enter the realm where the subconscious mind becomes accessible. This is the frequency of deep meditation, lucid dreaming, and the hypnagogic state between waking and sleeping. In theta, the critical faculty that normally filters and limits your perceptions dissolves. You gain direct access to memories, beliefs, and programming stored below conscious awareness. This is why hypnotherapy works at the theta level, and why shamanic journeying techniques induce theta states. You're not just accessing your personal subconscious here. You're tapping into what Jung called the collective unconscious, the shared field of human experience and archetypal patterns. Healers operating in theta can perceive energy blockages in others. Psychics access information beyond normal sensory input. Artists channel creativity that seems to come from beyond their individual mind. All of this happens because theta frequency connects you to layers of reality that beta consciousness cannot perceive. Go deeper still into delta, 0.5 to 4 Hertz, and you reach the frequency of dreamless sleep, profound meditation, and complete regeneration. Most people only access delta unconsciously during deep sleep, which is why sleep is so healing. But advanced meditators learn to remain conscious in delta, and this is where true transformation occurs. Delta is the frequency where your physical body interfaces directly with the quantum field. Spontaneous healing happens here. Cellular regeneration accelerates. Yogis who can sustain conscious delta states demonstrate abilities that seem impossible, controlling heart rate and body temperature, surviving without food or water for extended periods, healing injuries that would normally take months in a matter of days. They're not performing miracles. They're accessing the frequency where consciousness directly programs biology. Modern neuroscience recently identified a fifth brainwave state, gamma, ranging from 40 to 100 Hertz and beyond. This high-frequency state was initially dismissed as neural noise until researchers studied the brains of advanced meditators. Tibetan monks practicing compassion meditation showed massive increases in gamma synchronization across their entire brain. This wasn't random firing. It was highly coherent, organized activity associated with peak perception, enhanced cognition, and what researchers called expanded consciousness. Gamma appears to be the frequency of integration, where all the different parts of your brain and consciousness synchronize into unified awareness. This is the state mystics describe as enlightenment, athletes call flow, and psychologists term peak experience. In gamma, you don't just access different layers of reality. You perceive them all simultaneously as one unified field. But here's where the practical application begins. These frequencies aren't fixed states you're stuck in. They're dynamic ranges you can learn to shift between consciously. Right now, as you read this, you're probably in beta, processing information analytically, but you can drop into alpha within seconds using a specific technique, and from there, access theta, delta, or gamma, depending on what you're trying to accomplish. The ancients didn't just know about these frequencies theoretically. They developed precise protocols for shifting between them at will. This is what meditation really is. Frequency training. Not emptying your mind or achieving some blissed-out state, but learning to consciously shift your operating frequency to access different capabilities and layers of reality. The technique for shifting into alpha is elegantly simple, yet most people never learn it. Find a comfortable position where you won't be disturbed for at least 10 minutes. Close your eyes and bring your attention to your breath, but not the way you normally breathe. Inhale slowly through your nose for a count of 4, hold for 4. Exhale through your mouth for 6, hold for 2. The extended exhale is critical because it activates your parasympathetic nervous system, triggering the relaxation response that shifts you out of beta's stress frequency. Continue this rhythm for at least 7 full cycles, and you'll feel a distinct shift. Your body relaxes, mental chatter quiets, and you enter a state of calm awareness. You've just consciously shifted from beta to alpha. You're now operating at the frequency where the Schumann resonance can synchronize your individual field with Earth's planetary field. This is your baseline state for all deeper frequency work. Once you can reliably access alpha, you can begin working with what frequency researchers call Entrainment, the tendency of frequencies to synchronize with each other. If you place two pendulum clocks next to each other, they'll gradually synchronize their swings. If you strike a tuning fork and hold it near another tuning fork of the same frequency, the second will begin vibrating without being touched. Your consciousness works the same way. When you hold your awareness on a specific frequency, your entire energetic system begins entraining to match it. This is the secret behind why spending time in nature heals you. You're entraining to the coherent frequencies of natural systems. It's why certain music affects your mood. You're entraining to the frequencies embedded in the sound. And it's why your emotional state affects everyone around you. Your frequency broadcasts and others entrain to match it, whether consciously or not. The ancient practitioners used this principle to create accelerated transformation. Sacred sites weren't just built at random locations. They were positioned at places where Earth's electromagnetic field created natural resonance chambers. When you meditate inside the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid, your brain waves naturally entrain to the structure's resonant frequency, pulling you into deep theta or delta states with minimal effort. Stonehenge's acoustic properties amplify specific frequencies that induce altered states. The Gothic cathedrals of Europe were designed with precise architectural proportions that create standing waves of sound and energy during ceremonies, entraining congregants into collective coherence. Modern temples and meditation centers that actually work use the same principles: geometry, materials, and orientation that create frequency environments supporting expanded consciousness. But you don't need sacred architecture to work with entrainment. You can create frequency environments wherever you are using sound, particularly binaural beats. When you listen to one frequency in your left ear and a slightly different frequency in your right ear, your brain perceives a third frequency equal to the difference between them. Play 200 Hz in the left ear and 210 Hz in the right, and your brain generates a 10 Hz signal, pulling you into alpha. Play frequencies that create 5 Hz beats, and you'll drop into theta. This isn't subjective experience. It's measurable on EREG monitors. You can literally drive your consciousness to specific frequency states using precisely engineered sound. Thousands of years ago, shamans used drums and rattles tuned to these frequencies. Tibetan monks used singing bowls. Today you can use technology to achieve the same result with greater precision. Here's where it gets more sophisticated. Different intentions and manifestations require different frequencies. If you're trying to solve a complex analytical problem, you want focused beta around 18-20 Hz. If you're visualizing a desired outcome, alpha at 10 Hz gives you access to the quantum field while maintaining enough conscious control to direct intention. If you're doing deep healing work or accessing subconscious blocks, theta at 6 Hz opens those layers. If you're attempting to reprogram cellular function or access your highest creative potential, delta and gamma become your frequencies. Most people fail at manifestation because they're trying to create from beta, the frequency of separation and limitation. You cannot manifest abundance from the frequency of lack. You cannot heal from the frequency of disease. You cannot access higher consciousness from the frequency of survival anxiety. The protocol for effective manifestation through frequency alignment works in stages. First, you shift from beta into alpha using the breathing technique. This establishes your baseline connection to the unified field. Second, you clearly define your intention while in alpha, imprinting it into the field as a frequency pattern. The key is emotional coherence. You must feel the reality of what you're intending, as if it already exists. Emotion is what gives your intention energetic power. Third, you drop deeper into theta, allowing your subconscious to accept the new pattern without the critical mind interfering. In theta, resistance dissolves and new programming installs directly. Fourth, you return to alpha, anchor the new pattern with a specific trigger like a word, image, or gesture, then slowly return to beta. The entire process takes 15 to 20 minutes, but it creates energetic shifts that beta consciousness working alone could never achieve. The ancient texts were explicit about this but encoded the knowledge in symbolic language. When yogis talked about raising kundalini energy through the chakras, they were describing the process of systematically shifting consciousness through different frequency states, each chakra corresponding to a specific frequency band and level of awareness. When alchemists wrote about transmuting lead into gold, the outer meaning was literal metallurgy, but the inner meaning was transforming base consciousness operating at survival frequencies into enlightened consciousness operating at unity frequencies. When mystery schools put initiates through death and rebirth rituals, they were inducing profound frequency shifts, often using psychoactive plants, sensory deprivation, or extreme practices to break consciousness out of its habitual beta patterns and access the transformative frequencies of theta, delta, and gamma. You can verify all of this through direct experience. Set up a simple experiment. For 1 week, track your default frequency state throughout the day. Notice when you're in stressed beta, tight chest, racing thoughts, reactive emotions. Notice when you naturally drop into alpha, absorbed in an activity, relaxed but alert. Pay attention to what triggers these shifts. Most people discover they spend 90% of their waking hours locked in beta, briefly dropping into alpha only accidentally or when exhausted. This is why manifestation seems difficult and why most people feel powerless to change their circumstances. They're trying to create from the frequency of limitation. For the second week, practice consciously shifting into alpha for 10 minutes, 3 times per day. Morning, midday, and before sleep. Use the breathing protocol. You'll notice immediate changes. Stress decreases. Mental clarity improves. Problems that seemed overwhelming in beta suddenly have obvious solutions in alpha. This isn't magical thinking. It's frequency optimization. Your consciousness operates more effectively at coherent frequencies, just like a computer processes better when its clock speed is optimized. By week 2, you'll be able to shift into alpha within 2 or 3 breaths. The pathway becomes automatic. By week 3, start practicing deeper frequency shifts. From alpha, use extended exhales and focus on the space between thoughts to drop into theta. You'll recognize theta by its dreamlike quality, vivid mental imagery, time distortion, and a sense of floating or expansion. Practice maintaining awareness while in theta without trying to control the experience. This is where most people struggle because beta consciousness wants to analyze, judge, and direct. Let go. Theta operates by different rules. Information comes through images, symbols, and knowing, rather than linear thought. The first few times you access theta consciously, you might receive nothing. Then suddenly, insights, memories, or creative solutions will emerge from seemingly nowhere. That's your subconscious mind communicating in its native language. By week 4, you'll have developed enough frequency control to use these states practically. Need creative inspiration? Drop into alpha theta. Facing a complex decision, process it first in beta to gather information, then drop into theta for intuitive guidance Then return to alpha for integrated clarity. Feeling physical pain or tension? Shift into alpha and direct your awareness to the area while breathing slowly. The alpha frequency allows conscious direction of energy and blood flow, often reducing pain and accelerating healing. Dealing with emotional upset? Drop into alpha to create space from the emotion, then into theta to access the root cause, which is usually a subconscious belief or unprocessed experience triggering the current reaction. This frequency work becomes even more powerful when you understand resonance patterns. Every emotion has a measurable frequency signature. Fear operates around 100 Hz with chaotic, incoherent patterns. Anger vibrates around 150 Hz, more organized than fear but still destructive. Frustration, sadness, anxiety all have distinct frequencies in the lower ranges. These are the frequencies that keep you locked in survival consciousness, disconnected from the unified field's creative power. Now consider the higher frequencies. Gratitude resonates around 540 Hz, with highly coherent patterns. Love measures between 500–600 Hz with extraordinary coherence. Joy reaches even higher. Compassion and peace create the most coherent patterns of all. This is why every wisdom tradition teaches gratitude, love, and compassion, not as moral virtues, but as frequency optimization protocols. When you consciously generate emotions at these higher frequencies, your entire energy field reorganizes. Kirlian photography shows this visually. The chaotic dim corona around someone in fear transforms into a bright, coherent field around the same person in gratitude. HeartMath Institute research demonstrates that coherent heart rhythms generated by positive emotions synchronize and harmonize all other physiological systems. Your heart generates an electromagnetic field 5,000 times stronger than your brain's field. And this field extends several feet beyond your body, affecting everyone and everything around you. When you shift your emotional frequency, you're not just changing your internal state. You're broadcasting a different signal into the unified field, and the field responds by reflecting that frequency back to you through your experiences. This is the practical magic that was hidden in plain sight throughout history. When Jesus said, "Ask and you shall receive," he wasn't promising that God would grant wishes. He was teaching frequency alignment. The asking must happen from a frequency of already having, not from lack. When Buddha taught that suffering comes from attachment, he wasn't making a philosophical point. He was describing how attachment locks consciousness into lower frequencies where suffering is inevitable. When the Hermetic Principle states, "As above, so below, as within, so without," it's describing resonance. Your internal frequency determines your external reality. Change the frequency within, and what manifests without must change to match. The reason most manifestation attempts fail becomes obvious through this lens. Someone wants financial abundance but operates from a frequency of scarcity consciousness. The intention says abundance, but the emotional frequency broadcasts lack. The field responds to frequency, not words. Someone visualizes their ideal relationship while feeling lonely and unworthy. The visualization is beta consciousness, trying to override theta programming. And theta always wins because it's operating at the deeper frequency where beliefs are stored. This is why affirmations don't work for most people. Repeating, "I am abundant," while feeling poor creates dissonance, not resonance. The field receives mixed signals and produces mixed results. The correct protocol reverses the process. Instead of trying to feel better about lack, you shift into the frequency of abundance first, Then allow the specific manifestation to emerge from that state. How do you generate the frequency of abundance when your bank account says otherwise? You access memories or imagination of times you felt genuinely abundant. Abundance isn't about money. It's a frequency of overflow, generosity, and trust in universal provision. Maybe you felt abundant watching a sunset, or holding a child, or experiencing nature's beauty, or receiving unexpected help. Access that feeling state, amplify it in alpha, anchor it in theta, and your consciousness begins operating from abundance frequency, regardless of current circumstances. From that frequency, the field responds with matching experiences. Opportunities appear, resources flow, synchronicities multiply, not because you manipulated reality, but because you aligned your frequency with the field's natural state of abundance. This works for healing, too. Disease exists at specific frequencies. Rife frequency research in the 1930s demonstrated that every pathogen, virus, and bacteria has a resonant frequency, and exposing them to that frequency destroys them. His work was suppressed because it threatened pharmaceutical profits, but the principle is sound and has been replicated by independent researchers worldwide. More relevant for most people, every disease state correlates with specific emotional frequencies held chronically. Cancer patients consistently show suppressed anger and unforgiveness. Heart disease correlates with isolation and lack of love. Autoimmune conditions link to self-rejection. Depression operates at extremely low frequencies with minimal coherence. This isn't blame, it's frequency mechanics. Chronic emotional patterns create chronic frequency states, and biology eventually mirrors those frequencies because your cells are constantly receiving and responding to the electromagnetic signals generated by your consciousness. Healing then becomes a process of frequency shifting. You cannot heal a disease while maintaining the frequency that created it. This is why some people undergo treatment, eliminate the physical manifestation, then redevelop the same condition. They treated the symptom but never shifted the underlying frequency pattern. True healing requires accessing the emotional frequency that preceded and contributed to the disease, processing and releasing it, then establishing a new baseline frequency. Alpha and theta states give you access to these deeper patterns. Combined with energetic techniques like breathwork, sound healing, or energy medicine, frequency-based healing produces results that conventional medicine considers spontaneous remission. They're not spontaneous. They're the natural outcome of fundamental frequency shifts. The 7 frequency levels ancient practitioners mapped correspond to the 7 chakras, 7 musical notes, 7 colors of the rainbow, and 7 days of creation in mystical texts. These weren't arbitrary associations. They were pointing to fundamental harmonic principles organizing reality. Just as white light contains all colors at different frequencies, and a musical chord contains multiple notes at related frequencies, consciousness contains all these frequency levels simultaneously. You're not just operating at one frequency. You're a complex symphony of multiple frequencies, some coherent and some dissonant, some conscious and some programmed, some aligned with your highest evolution and some stuck in survival patterns. The path to mastery is learning to conduct your own symphony, recognizing which frequencies serve your evolution and which keep you trapped, strengthening the coherent patterns and dissolving the dissonant ones, training yourself to shift into optimal frequencies for different situations, beta for execution, alpha for creation, theta for transformation, delta for regeneration, gamma for integration. This isn't about transcending being human or becoming some ethereal being. It's about operating your human consciousness at full capacity instead of the limited range most people never expand beyond. Every master, regardless of tradition, developed this capacity. They could shift frequencies at will, maintain coherence under pressure, and remain aligned with higher frequencies even when surrounded by chaos. This is what gave them seemingly supernatural abilities. They weren't supernatural. They were simply operating their consciousness across the full frequency spectrum, while most people stay locked in beta survival mode. Jesus calming the storm, Buddha remaining peaceful under the Bodhi tree during Mara's attack, yogis demonstrating impossible physical feats. All examples of consciousness operating from coherent high frequencies that reshape physical reality, because, at the quantum level, frequency determines form. You have access to these same frequencies. The human nervous system is designed for this full range. Your DNA contains antennae structures that can receive and transmit across the entire spectrum. The pineal gland in your brain produces DMT, the molecule associated with profound frequency shifts into gamma and beyond. You're not lacking any hardware. You're simply running outdated software, conditioned to operate within a narrow range, and taught that anything beyond that range is impossible, dangerous, or reserved for special people. It's none of those things. It's your birthright and your natural capacity. The frequency code is simple. Reality is vibration, consciousness is frequency, and you can tune your frequency through practice. Start with the basics. Learn to shift into alpha reliably. Master the breathing protocols that trigger frequency changes in your nervous system. Practice generating coherent emotional frequencies like gratitude and appreciation. Notice how different activities, environments, and people affect your frequency. You'll discover that some things naturally elevate you into higher coherence, while others drag you into dissonance. Choose accordingly. This isn't spiritual bypassing or avoiding difficulties. It's strategic frequency management. As you develop this practice, you'll notice reality becoming more responsive to your consciousness. Synchronicities increase, manifestations accelerate, healing happens faster, creativity flows more easily. These aren't rewards for being spiritual. They're natural outcomes of operating at frequencies where consciousness and the quantum field interact more directly. You're not becoming more powerful. You're removing the interference patterns that blocked your natural power. The static clears, the signal strengthens, and the communication between your individual consciousness and universal consciousness becomes clear. This is what the frequency code unlocks. Not control over reality, but alignment with it. Not domination of the field, but partnership with it. Not transcendence of your human experience, but optimization of it. You remain grounded in physical reality while simultaneously accessing dimensions beyond the physical. You operate effectively in the material world while drawing power from immaterial sources. You think with beta clarity, create with alpha connection, transform with theta depth, regenerate with delta renewal, and integrate with gamma consciousness. The full spectrum becomes available, and you become fluent in shifting between frequencies as easily as changing channels on a device. The master waves of universal energy operate across all these frequencies simultaneously. By learning to tune into them consciously, you're not learning something new. You're remembering how to operate the instrument you've always been. The rest of the codes that follow build on this foundation. You cannot work effectively with intention, resonance, or manifestation while locked in beta survival frequencies. But once you master frequency shifting, Every other code becomes accessible. The universe is waiting for you to tune in. The question isn't whether you can. The question is whether you will. Chapter 3. The Quantum Intention File. Where thought meets matter. There's a moment between thinking something and that thing manifesting in physical reality. Most people believe this gap is unbridgeable, that thoughts remain forever separate from material outcomes unless you take physical action to connect them. This belief is the single greatest obstacle to conscious creation. The gap between thought and matter isn't a void to be crossed through struggle and effort. It's a quantum field of infinite possibility waiting to be collapsed by coherent intention. Understanding exactly how this collapse happens, the precise mechanics of intention to manifestation, is what separates people who occasionally get lucky from those who consistently create their desired reality. The double-slit experiment proved something that shattered the foundations of materialist science, though most people never learned what it actually revealed. When scientists fire electrons through two slits toward a detector screen, something impossible happens. If no one observes which slit the electron passes through, it behaves like a wave and creates an interference pattern, as if it went through both slits simultaneously. But the moment you place a detector to observe which slit it uses, the wave function collapses and the electron behaves like a particle, going through one slit or the other. The act of observation literally changes physical reality. This isn't philosophical interpretation, it's repeatable, measurable fact. Consciousness doesn't just perceive reality. It determines which reality manifests from the field of all possibilities. Quantum physicists call this the observer effect, but they tend to focus on measurement devices rather than consciousness itself. The deeper implication, which mystics have always known, is that consciousness is the primary force that collapses probability waves into specific outcomes. Before observation, an electron exists in superposition, occupying all possible states simultaneously. The moment conscious observation occurs, superposition collapses, and one specific state becomes real. This is happening constantly, not just with electrons in laboratories, but with every aspect of your reality. Right now, countless possibilities exist in quantum superposition. Your intention determines which possibilities collapse into your experienced reality. But here's where most people go wrong with manifestation. They think intention means wanting something, wishing for it, or thinking positive thoughts about it. That's not intention in the quantum sense. That's just noise, random fluctuations in the field that produce random results. True quantum intention has 4 specific requirements, and missing even one explains why 99% of manifestation attempts fail. First, the intention must be clear and specific, collapsing the infinite field of possibility into a defined outcome. Second, it must be held with emotional coherence, generating the electromagnetic signature that actually broadcasts into the field. Third, it must be maintained without contradiction from subconscious beliefs that negate or oppose it. Fourth, it must be released from desperate attachment, allowing the quantum field to organize matter according to the pattern you've established without your consciousness interfering with the process. Let's break down each requirement, starting with clarity. When you say you want abundance, what does that mean? The quantum field doesn't respond to vague concepts. It responds to specific patterns. If your intention is fuzzy, the field returns fuzzy results. You might get a $20 bill in the mail, which is technically abundance, but not what you actually wanted. The ancient practitioners understood this, which is why their rituals were so precise. Every gesture word, and symbol had exact meaning. They weren't being superstitious. They were providing clear specifications to the quantum field. Modern manifestation teachers who tell you to just put it out to the universe are giving incomplete instructions. The universe is infinitely generous, but it needs precise coordinates for what you're requesting. The protocol for creating clear intention starts with writing, not typing, writing by hand, because the act of writing engages different neural pathways and creates stronger imprinting. Describe what you intend to manifest in present tense, as if it already exists, with specific sensory details. Not, I want a new house, but I live in a 3-bedroom house with large windows facing east, surrounded by oak trees, with a kitchen where morning light fills the room. The more specific your description, the clearer the pattern you're broadcasting into the field. This isn't about limiting possibilities. It's about giving the field a coherent template to work with. You can always adjust the specifics later, but you need a clear starting point. Here's where it gets more sophisticated. Your written intention needs to specify the essence of what you want, not just the material form. Maybe what you actually want isn't the house itself, but the feeling of safety, beauty, and belonging that you believe the house will provide. Those feelings are the real intention. The house is just one possible form through which those feelings could manifest. When you identify the essential feeling, you open the field to deliver that essence through pathways you might never have considered. This is how better than you imagined manifestations happen. You ask for a specific form, but remain open to the essence manifesting through any form, and the field delivers something that matches your true intention more perfectly than your limited conscious mind could have specified. The second requirement is emotional coherence, and this is where most people completely fail without realizing it. Emotion isn't just a feeling you experience internally. It's an electromagnetic signal you broadcast externally. HeartMath Institute has measured this extensively. When you feel gratitude, your heart generates a coherent electromagnetic pattern that can be detected several feet away. When you feel fear, your heart generates a chaotic, incoherent pattern. These patterns propagate through the quantum field like radio signals, and the field responds by reflecting matching patterns back to you. If you write an intention for abundance while feeling desperate scarcity, the field receives the scarcity signal because emotion is stronger than thought. Your thoughts are watts. Your emotions are kilowatts. The field responds to the stronger signal. This is why you can't fake emotion to trick the universe. The field reads your actual electromagnetic signature, not your mental claims about how you feel. Some manifestation teachers tell people to act as if they already have what they want, but if acting doesn't generate genuine emotion, you're just performing theater for yourself. The technique that actually works is memory-based emotional generation. Think of a time when you felt the essence of what you're intending. Maybe you're intending financial freedom, and you've never had it, but you've felt freedom in other contexts, traveling without a schedule, making a choice without worrying about cost, helping someone without checking your bank balance first. Access that feeling memory, amplify it in your body, and then connect it to your intention. Now you're broadcasting coherent emotion aligned with your intention, and the field can work with that signal. But even perfect clarity and emotional coherence won't create manifestation if your subconscious is running contradictory programming. This is the third requirement and the most insidious obstacle. Your conscious mind can hold an intention for abundance, while your subconscious believes money is evil, or I don't deserve wealth, or people like me stay poor. The subconscious operates at the theta frequency we discussed in the previous chapter, and theta is deeper and more powerful than beta consciousness. When conscious intention conflicts with subconscious belief, the subconscious wins every time. This is why people can do everything right, maintain perfect intention and emotion, and still see no results. They're fighting against their own deeper programming. The protocol for identifying subconscious blocks requires radical honesty. Look at the area of life where manifestation isn't working, and ask yourself what you actually believe about it, not what you think you should believe or what sounds spiritual. If you're trying to manifest a relationship but staying single, your real belief might be, relationships trap you, or I'll lose myself if I commit, or everyone leaves eventually. These beliefs aren't rational. They're usually formed in childhood from witnessing your parents' dynamic or experiencing early rejection. But they're running in your subconscious like background programs, sabotaging your conscious intentions. You can't change what you won't acknowledge. Write down every negative belief you hold about your desired manifestation, no matter how ugly or shameful it feels. This list is your real working material. Once you've identified the contradictory beliefs, you need to neutralize them before they can sabotage your intention. The theta state gives you access to reprogram subconscious beliefs, because in theta, the critical faculty that normally defends existing beliefs goes offline. Drop into alpha using the breathing technique from the previous chapter, then deeper into theta. In this state, present the new belief you want to install. Feel it emotionally as if it's already true, and repeat it several times. Your subconscious accepts new programming most readily in theta, just before sleep, or in the minutes after waking before full beta consciousness activates. This is why morning and evening practices are emphasized in every wisdom tradition. Those are the windows when you have direct access to reprogram your deepest patterns. But here's what most people miss about subconscious reprogramming. You can't just write over old beliefs like recording over a tape. The old belief is there because at some point it served a protective function. The child who decided, I must be invisible to stay safe, after witnessing domestic violence, created that belief to survive. Trying to just delete it triggers resistance, because your psyche interprets it as removing protection. The effective approach is thanking the old belief for serving its protective purpose, acknowledging it's no longer needed, and offering a new belief that serves you better now. Thank you for helping me stay safe by being invisible. I'm an adult now with resources and choices. I no longer need invisibility. I'm now safe being fully visible and expressing my authentic self. This honors the old pattern while installing new programming. The fourth requirement, releasing attachment, might be the most counterintuitive. You'd think that holding your intention with intense desire and constant focus would accelerate manifestation. Actually, it does the opposite. Desperate attachment broadcasts the frequency of lack. When you're obsessively checking to see if your manifestation has arrived yet, you're telling the field, it's not here, it's not here, it's not here, over and over. That becomes your dominant signal. The quantum field responds by maintaining the state of not here. This is why people who stop caring about something often see it manifest immediately. Releasing attachment doesn't mean you stop wanting it. It means you stop needing it to be okay right now. You've installed your intention, broadcast the emotional frequency, cleared subconscious blocks, and now you trust the field to organize matter according to your pattern while you go live your life. The paradox of manifestation is that the less attached you are to the outcome, the faster it manifests. But you can't fake detachment any more than you can fake emotion. Genuine release comes from understanding that you're already complete without the manifestation. The house, relationship, money, or whatever you're intending isn't going to make you whole. You're intending it from wholeness, as an expression of your creative power and for the experience it provides, not because you need it to fix what's broken. This shift in motivation changes everything. You move from manifestation as rescue to manifestation as play. The field responds completely differently to those two frequencies. Now let's look at the exact protocol that integrates all four requirements. This is the method used by practitioners who consistently manifest with precision, regardless of what they call it or what tradition they learned it from. The underlying mechanics are always the same because they're working with quantum field dynamics, not cultural beliefs. Set aside 30 minutes when you won't be interrupted. Begin by shifting into alpha frequency using rhythmic breathing. Once you feel the distinct relaxation and mental quiet of alpha, state your intention out loud. Use present tense, specific sensory details, and include the essential feeling you're after. I am living in my home, surrounded by nature, waking to sunlight streaming through large windows, feeling deeply peaceful and creatively inspired every morning. As you speak your intention, generate the emotional frequency of already having it. This isn't visualization, though you might see images. It's more like total sensory immersion. Feel the morning sun on your face, smell the air, hear the sounds of nature. Let your body respond as if it's actually experiencing this reality right now. Your nervous system cannot distinguish between vividly imagined experience and actual experience. When you generate the full sensory emotional experience of your intention, your body creates the same electromagnetic signature it would create if the manifestation had already occurred. That coherent signal broadcasts into the quantum field with tremendous power. Maintain this state for at least 5 minutes, saturating your entire consciousness with the reality of your intention. Then, and this is critical, drop deeper into theta. Stop trying to direct or control the experience. Just rest in the feeling while your conscious mind releases its grip. In theta, you're implanting the intention directly into subconscious programming, where it can run automatically. This is where the real work happens. Your conscious intention in alpha sets the direction. Your emotional coherence powers it. But your subconscious acceptance in theta is what allows it to manifest without sabotage. Stay in this theta state for 10 to 15 minutes, not forcing anything, just being with the frequency of your fulfilled intention. When you're ready to complete the process, bring one hand to your heart and take 3 deep breaths. This anchors the intention into your physical body, creating a somatic marker you can return to. Then speak one final statement of completion. This or something better is now manifesting in perfect timing for my highest good and the highest good of all. This releases attachment while maintaining intention. The or something better clause allows the field to deliver your essence through forms you might not have imagined. The perfect timing acknowledges that manifestation requires coordination of multiple variables in the physical world. The highest good ensures your intention aligns with evolution rather than ego gratification. Finally, and this might be the most important step, return to beta consciousness and take one concrete physical action aligned with your intention, no matter how small. If you intended a new home, research neighborhoods or drive through areas you're drawn to. If you intended a relationship, update your dating profile, or say yes to a social invitation. This physical action serves two functions. First, it demonstrates to your subconscious that you're serious about this intention, strengthening the new programming. Second, it creates an entry point for the quantum field to begin organizing synchronistic circumstances. Manifestation doesn't happen through magic. It happens through aligned action meeting prepared opportunity. The field orchestrates the opportunities. You still need to show up and participate. This complete protocol should be performed daily for the first week, then at least 3 times per week, until manifestation occurs. But here's what shifts over time. The intention work becomes shorter and easier because you're building momentum in the field. The first session might take 30 minutes of effort to generate coherent emotion and drop into theta. By the 10th session, you can achieve the same state in 5 minutes because you've created a neural pathway. The field also begins building on itself. Each session strengthens the pattern you're broadcasting, making it easier for the field to organize matter around that pattern. This is why manifestation often feels slow at first, then suddenly accelerates. You're reaching critical mass in the quantum field. Most people abandon the process right before critical mass hits because they don't see immediate physical results and assume it's not working. They're looking for manifestation in form while the field is still organizing possibility. It's like planting a seed and digging it up every day to check if it's growing. The growth is happening beneath the surface, invisible until the moment it breaks through. Quantum intention creates change at the energetic level first, the mental level second, the emotional level third, and the physical level last. By the time you see physical manifestation, the change is already complete at every other level. Trust the process. Maintain your practice. Watch for the subtle shifts that always precede physical manifestation. Changes in your thoughts, new feelings, unexpected ideas, synchronistic encounters. The ancient mystery schools taught this as a year-and-a-day practice for major initiations. You would hold an intention for a full cycle of seasons, maintaining the practice regardless of whether you saw results. This wasn't arbitrary. It was based on understanding that quantum field reorganization for significant manifestations requires sustained coherent broadcasting over time. Quick manifestations are possible, and they do occur, especially with practice. But for life-changing intentions, committing to the full cycle ensures you maintain the broadcast long enough for the field to coordinate all the variables involved. A new house requires sellers, timing, financing, and 1,000 other factors aligning. The field can orchestrate all of it, but it needs your consistent signal to work with. Here's where people get confused about letting go versus giving up. Letting go means you're not desperately attached to the outcome, but you maintain your practice and aligned action. Giving up means you stop broadcasting the intention entirely and tell yourself it wasn't meant to be. The field responds to consistency. If you broadcast an intention powerfully for 2 weeks, then abandon it. The field begins organizing matter around that pattern, but you're no longer maintaining the signal. The manifestation might still occur because you set momentum in motion, but more often it dissipates because the organizing pattern dissolved. Maintain your practice, but release your attachment to timeline and specific form. This is the balance that allows quantum intention to work optimally. Another critical factor is the difference between intention and expectation. Intention is what you're broadcasting into the field. Expectation is your assumption about how and when it should manifest. Intention empowers manifestation. Expectation blocks it. When you expect your intention to manifest in a specific way, at a specific time, through a specific path, you're actually limiting the field's options for delivery. The field might have a faster, easier, better route to your desired outcome, but your expectation closes you to perceiving it. This is why manifestations often arrive through totally unexpected channels. You intended a specific amount of money, and instead got a job offer that pays more. You intended reconciliation with a specific person, and instead met someone who fulfilled you more deeply. The field delivered your essence through a form your limited conscious mind couldn't have predicted. The question of whether you can manifest things that harm others or manipulate free will comes up repeatedly. The short answer is that you can create intention for anything, but intentions aligned with harm or control generate such incoherent emotional frequencies that they lack the power to manifest consistently. Fear, hatred, and desire to control create electromagnetic chaos. The field responds to chaos with chaos. You might get temporary results through forceful intention, but they'll be unstable and create consequences you didn't intend. Meanwhile, intentions aligned with love, creativity, and mutual benefit generate coherent frequencies that the field amplifies because they match its fundamental nature. This isn't cosmic justice or moral judgment. It's frequency mechanics. Coherence manifests powerfully. Incoherence manifests weakly and unpredictably. That said, you can certainly intend outcomes that affect others, as long as you're not trying to control their free will. You can intend a harmonious resolution to this conflict without specifying how each person needs to change. You can intend perfect opportunities for my children's growth without controlling what those opportunities look like. You can intend our business thriving and everyone involved prospering without manipulating specific people or outcomes. The field can coordinate infinite variables to create win-win results where everyone's free will is honored and everyone benefits. Your job is setting clear intention for the essence of what you want while remaining open about the form it takes and trusting the field's intelligence to orchestrate the details. Scientific validation of quantum intention continues accumulating despite resistance from mainstream materialist science. The Global Consciousness Project at Princeton demonstrated that mass consciousness affects random number generators during major world events. When millions of people focus attention on the same thing, like 9/11 or a royal wedding, truly random systems become measurably less random. Dean Radin's experiments at the Institute of Noetic Sciences showed that meditation practitioners could influence random event generators through intention alone, with statistical significance that would be accepted in any other field of research. Double-blind studies on distant intention effects demonstrate that focused intention can influence everything from plant growth to healing outcomes in people who don't know they're being prayed for. The implications are staggering. If consciousness can affect random number generators and quantum systems in laboratory conditions, it can certainly affect the quantum field organizing your daily reality. The difference is that in labs, researchers use rigorous protocols to eliminate variables and maximize coherence. In daily life, most people generate scattered, contradictory intentions loaded with subconscious blocks and emotional incoherence. They're trying to affect quantum systems with static-filled signals, learn to broadcast clean signals, and the field responds reliably. This isn't about believing hard enough. It's about technical precision in working with consciousness and energy. One more layer completes this understanding. Your intention doesn't just affect the quantum field out there, waiting to deliver manifestations to you. You are a localized expression of the quantum field. The boundary between your consciousness and universal consciousness is more permeable than you've been taught. When you set intention, you're not sending a signal to some external power. You're reorganizing the field from within. Your consciousness is already entangled with the consciousness of everything and everyone relevant to your intention. The separation is illusion. This is why synchronicities increase around strong intentions. The field isn't coincidentally arranging helpful circumstances. You're accessing the layer of reality where everything is already connected, and from that level, coordinating the physical manifestation of your intention. This perspective shifts manifestation from petition to participation. You're not asking the universe to please grant your wish if you're worthy. You're consciously directing the quantum field that you're an inseparable part of. This is what the ancient texts meant by humans being made in the image of the divine. Not physical resemblance, but creative capacity. The same consciousness that organized matter into galaxies, planets, and life is the consciousness operating through you. When you set quantum intention, you're exercising your birthright as a creative being. You're not manipulating reality from outside. You're participating in reality's continuous creation from within. The final insight that synthesizes everything. Manifestation isn't about getting what you want. It's about becoming who you're meant to be. Every intention you successfully manifest expands your capacity to work with the quantum field. Every time you generate emotional coherence, you strengthen your electromagnetic broadcast ability. Every time you clear a subconscious block, you remove static from your signal. Every time you release attachment, you deepen your trust in the field's intelligence. The manifestations themselves are just feedback, confirming that you're learning to consciously create. The real transformation is the evolution of your consciousness from passive recipient to active creator. This is what separates masters from beginners. Beginners focus on what they're manifesting. Masters focus on who they're becoming through the manifestation process. The house, relationship, money, health, or success is just the visible outcome. The invisible outcome is your expanded capacity to work with consciousness and energy, which then allows even greater manifestations. It's an upward spiral. Each success builds the foundation for the next level. This is why people who master manifestation seem to live charmed lives where everything flows easily. They're not special or chosen. They've simply learned to work with quantum mechanics as fluently as most people work with physical mechanics. You now have the complete protocol for quantum intention. Clear specification of desired outcome, coherent emotional broadcasting, subconscious alignment through theta reprogramming, release of desperate attachment while maintaining consistent practice, physical action aligned with intention. This isn't theory. This is the exact method that works when applied precisely and consistently. The question isn't whether quantum intention is real. Physics has proven that consciousness affects matter at the quantum level. The question is whether you'll develop the discipline to apply these protocols consistently until you master them. The field is ready to respond. Your consciousness is capable. All that remains is your committed practice. Chapter 4. Resonance Code. The secret law of magnetic attraction. The law of attraction as popularized in mainstream culture is incomplete at best and misleading at worst. You've been told that thinking positive thoughts attracts positive outcomes, that visualizing what you want brings it into your life, that the universe mirrors back whatever energy you put out. These statements contain fragments of truth wrapped in oversimplification that causes more frustration than manifestation. The real mechanism underlying attraction isn't about positive thinking or visualization. It's about resonance, a precise electromagnetic principle that operates whether you understand it or not. And understanding it transforms you from someone who occasionally attracts desired outcomes to someone who magnetically draws aligned experiences, people, and opportunities with consistent reliability. Resonance is a fundamental principle of physics. When you strike a tuning fork calibrated to 440 Hz and hold it near another tuning fork of the same frequency, the second fork begins vibrating without being touched. The sound waves from the first fork cause sympathetic vibration in the second because they share the same frequency. This isn't mystical, it's mechanical. Every object has a natural resonant frequency at which it vibrates most easily. When you apply energy at that exact frequency, even small amounts of energy create powerful effects. This is how opera singers shatter wine glasses with their voice, and how armies break step when crossing bridges to avoid creating resonance that could collapse the structure. Match the frequency, and you create resonance. Miss the frequency, and nothing happens regardless of how much energy you apply. Your consciousness operates by these same principles. You're not just thinking thoughts and feeling emotions. You're generating complex electromagnetic fields that broadcast at specific frequencies. These fields extend several feet beyond your physical body and interact with the fields of everyone and everything around you. When your field resonates with another field, attraction happens automatically, not because you're manifesting or the universe is granting wishes, but because resonant frequencies naturally synchronize and amplify each other. This is why you instantly connect with certain people, while others feel uncomfortable, no matter how hard you try. It's why some opportunities feel effortless, while others require constant struggle. You're either in resonance or you're not, and resonance determines whether attraction occurs. Here's what changes everything about how you approach manifestation. You cannot attract what you're not in resonance with. This is the hard truth that positive thinking gurus don't tell you. You can visualize wealth all day long, but if your electromagnetic signature broadcasts scarcity consciousness, you will not attract abundance. You cannot resonate with two opposing frequencies simultaneously. It's physically impossible. The field responds to your actual frequency, not your desired frequency or your claimed frequency. This is why people can do affirmations for years and see no results. They're trying to attract from a frequency they're not actually broadcasting. It's like trying to tune into FM radio while broadcasting AM signals. The technology simply doesn't work that way. The breakthrough comes when you understand that changing what you attract requires changing your resonant frequency first, not trying to attract things that will make you feel better. Most people have the sequence backwards. They believe getting the job, relationship, money, or recognition will shift their frequency to satisfaction and fulfillment. Actually, you must shift to the frequency of satisfaction and fulfillment first, and then matching circumstances naturally begin appearing because you've become a resonant match for them. This isn't positive thinking. It's frequency mechanics. You're not pretending to feel abundant while feeling poor. You're actually shifting your electromagnetic broadcast to the frequency pattern of abundance, and the field responds by reflecting that frequency back through your experiences. Let's examine the specific frequencies that create magnetic attraction versus repulsion. Fear operates around 100 Hz, with highly chaotic, incoherent patterns. When you broadcast fear frequency, you attract experiences that match fear. Threats, losses, betrayals, and confirmations that the world is dangerous, not because the universe is punishing you, but because your field is resonating with and therefore magnetizing situations that generate more fear. It's a self-reinforcing loop. The fear attracts fearful circumstances, which generate more fear, which attracts more fearful circumstances. This is why people stuck in survival mode keep experiencing survival crises. They're locked into a resonant frequency that magnetically draws matching experiences. Move up the scale to anger at 150 Hz, and you get slightly more coherence but still destructive resonance. Anger attracts conflict, resistance, and people who push your buttons. Again, not as punishment, but as resonant matching. Your anger frequency broadcasts, "I'm ready to fight," and the field delivers fighting partners. Frustration attracts frustrating circumstances. Resentment attracts situations that justify more resentment. Every low-frequency emotion creates a resonant field that magnetically attracts matching experiences. This is the dark side of the law of attraction that gets ignored in mainstream teaching. You're always attracting. The question is what frequency you're broadcasting, and therefore what you're magnetizing. Now consider the higher frequencies. Gratitude operates around 540 Hz, so with highly coherent, organized patterns. When you sustain genuine gratitude, not performative thankfulness but deep appreciation, your electromagnetic field reorganizes into coherent patterns that resonate with and attract appreciable experiences. More things to feel grateful for begin appearing. Opportunities, connections, unexpected gifts, and synchronicities multiply, not because you're being rewarded for being grateful, but because your coherent gratitude frequency magnetizes experiences that match that frequency. The field is always mirroring your dominant broadcast. Love vibrates between 500 and 600 Hz with extraordinary coherence. Not romantic attachment or neediness, which are fear-based lower frequencies, but actual love, unconditional care, deep connection, authentic appreciation for existence itself. Sustain this frequency, and you become magnetic in ways that seem miraculous. People are drawn to you. Resources flow toward you. Doors open. Problems resolve. Health improves. It's not magic. It's resonance. Your coherent love frequency creates sympathetic vibration in everything around you. Other coherent systems resonate with and amplify your signal, while incoherent systems either harmonize to match your frequency or naturally move away because the dissonance is uncomfortable. The practical question becomes how to shift your resonant frequency intentionally, especially when current circumstances seem to justify low-frequency states. This is where most people get stuck. They're experiencing financial stress, so fear and worry feel appropriate. They've been betrayed, so anger and hurt feel justified. They're stuck in unsatisfying situations, so frustration feels natural. These emotional responses create the exact frequencies that magnetize more of the same circumstances. You're trapped in a resonant loop where your frequency attracts matching experiences that reinforce the frequency. Breaking this loop requires conscious intervention at the frequency level, not at the circumstantial level. The protocol for frequency shifting builds on what you learned in Chapter 2, but adds the resonance component. Start by identifying your current dominant frequency. This requires honest self-observation. What emotions do you feel most consistently throughout your day? Not what you think you should feel or what you display publicly, but what you actually feel when you're alone with your thoughts. That's your broadcast frequency. If it's predominantly fear, worry, frustration, or anger, you now understand why you keep attracting circumstances that generate those emotions. You're in resonant loop. The frequency attracts matching experiences which reinforce the frequency. To break the loop, you need to consciously generate a different frequency consistently enough that it becomes your new resonant baseline. This can't be done through willpower or positive thinking alone, because those are beta consciousness attempts to override deeper theta programming. You need to work at the frequency level where emotion actually generates electromagnetic fields. The technique is deceptively simple, but requires consistent practice. Set 3 times daily when you will deliberately generate high-frequency emotions for at least 5 minutes, morning upon waking, midday, and evening before sleep. These are the windows when your brain naturally cycles through alpha and theta states, making frequency shifting easier. During these sessions, use memory or imagination to generate genuine gratitude, appreciation, or love. Don't think about being grateful. Actually feel it in your body. The electromagnetic field that creates attraction is generated by your heart, not your head. When you feel authentic, high-frequency emotion, your heart rhythm becomes coherent, which creates measurable electromagnetic patterns that propagate through space. This is what broadcasts into the quantum field and creates resonance with matching experiences. 5 minutes of genuine high-frequency emotion generates more magnetic attraction than 5 hours of visualization or affirmations because you're working with the actual mechanism of resonance. Here's what happens with consistent practice. The first few days feel artificial because you're consciously overriding habitual low-frequency patterns. Your nervous system is accustomed to certain emotional frequencies and resists change. But by day 4 or 5, something shifts. The high-frequency states begin feeling more natural. Your baseline starts moving up the scale. By week 2, you notice you're not reacting to triggers the way you used to. Situations that would have generated fear or anger now feel manageable. By week 3, synchronicities start appearing. Someone calls with exactly the opportunity you needed. You discover a solution to a problem you'd been struggling with. A financial windfall arrives unexpectedly. These aren't coincidences. They're resonant matches beginning to manifest because your electromagnetic broadcast has shifted. By week 4, people start commenting that something about you seems different. They don't know what changed, but they're drawn to you more easily. This is because your coherent high-frequency field naturally attracts and harmonizes with other fields. People unconsciously entrain to your frequency when it's coherent, which is why truly centered, people seem to calm environments just by being present. Their coherent field broadcasts a pattern that other nervous systems resonate with and match. You're becoming a tuning fork, vibrating at a frequency that causes sympathetic vibration in people and circumstances around you. But here's the sophisticated part that separates basic frequency work from advanced resonance mastery. You're not just generating one frequency. You're broadcasting a complex signature pattern composed of multiple frequencies across different aspects of your consciousness. Think of it like a chord in music rather than a single note. Your beliefs about money broadcast one frequency. Your beliefs about relationships broadcast another. Your sense of self-worth broadcasts another. Your expectations about how life works broadcast yet another. All these frequencies combine into a unique signature pattern that is your personal resonance. For powerful magnetic attraction, these component frequencies need to be in harmony with each other, not in conflict. This is called coherence. If your conscious desire for abundance broadcasts at 540 Hz, but your subconscious belief in scarcity broadcasts at 100 Hz, you're generating dissonance. These conflicting frequencies don't add together. They cancel each other out like noise-canceling headphones use opposing sound waves to create silence. The field receives a confused signal and returns confused results. You might attract money but immediately lose it. You might get opportunities but sabotage them. The outer manifestation reflects the inner dissonance. Achieving coherence requires identifying all the component frequencies in your signature pattern and bringing them into harmony. This is deeper work than just generating positive emotions. It requires examining core beliefs, healing unresolved emotional wounds, and integrating fragmented parts of your psyche. When you discover you have conscious desires pointing one direction and subconscious beliefs pointing another direction, you cannot simply override the subconscious with willpower. You need to understand why the subconscious holds that belief, honor the protective function it served, and then consciously update the programming with new beliefs that serve your evolution. The technique for achieving coherence starts with a comprehensive inventory. Take each major life area: health, wealth, relationships, purpose, creativity, and spiritual connection. For each area, write down what you consciously desire, and then, with brutal honesty, write down what you actually believe is possible for you. The gap between these two reveals your dissonance. If you desire vibrant health, but believe my family has bad genes, I'll probably get sick like everyone else. That's dissonance. If you desire financial freedom but believe people like me don't get rich, that's dissonance. These conflicting broadcasts cancel each other out, creating weak or confused attraction. Once you've identified the dissonance, you work with each limiting belief individually. Drop into alpha-theta state using the protocols from Chapter 2. In this receptive state, dialogue with the part of you holding the limiting belief. Ask when it formed, what it's protecting you from, and what it needs to feel safe releasing this pattern. Usually these beliefs formed in childhood as protection mechanisms. The part that decided, I must stay small to be safe, was trying to help you. Thank it for its service. Explain that you're now an adult with different resources and capabilities, and offer a new belief that serves your growth while honoring the underlying need for safety. This inner work creates coherence, one belief at a time. As each limiting frequency shifts and harmonizes with your conscious desires, your overall signature pattern becomes more coherent. Instead of broadcasting a confused mixture of conflicting frequencies, you begin broadcasting a clear, organized pattern. This coherent pattern creates powerful resonance. The field responds to coherence because coherence is its natural state. Chaos and dissonance are temporary distortions. Coherence is the default that reality constantly moves toward. When your consciousness achieves coherence, you're aligning with the fundamental organizing principle of the universe itself, which is why manifestation suddenly becomes effortless. There's another layer to resonance that explains why some people seem to attract specific types of experiences repeatedly. Beyond your current frequency broadcast, you have what could be called a resonance history or pattern memory. This is the accumulated electromagnetic signature of all your past experiences, beliefs, and traumas. Even after you consciously shift your current frequency, this historical pattern continues broadcasting in the background, like an echo. It's stored in your cellular memory, your energy field, and the quantum entanglement you have with past versions of yourself. This is why people can do extensive personal development work, genuinely shift their conscious beliefs and emotions, and still find themselves attracting similar dysfunctional relationships or repeating old patterns. They've changed their conscious broadcast, but haven't cleared the resonance history. It's like trying to record new music on a tape that still has old songs bleeding through. The old frequencies interfere with the new ones, creating distortion. To achieve true magnetic transformation, you need to clear the resonance history, not just change your current frequency. The protocol for clearing resonance history requires accessing the timeline of experiences that created the pattern. In deep theta or light delta states, You can review past experiences not to relive them, but to extract and transmute their frequency signature. Identify a recurring pattern. Maybe you keep attracting partners who abandon you, or jobs where you feel undervalued, or friendships that become one-sided. This pattern has a root, usually an early experience that established the resonant frequency. Go back to that originating experience in a meditative state, witness it from your current adult perspective, and consciously generate a different frequency response to it. For example, if the pattern started when a parent abandoned you at age 5, and 5-year-old you decided, people leave because I'm not worthy of staying. That decision created a frequency signature of unworthiness that has been broadcasting ever since. In meditation, you can revisit that moment, bring your adult consciousness to comfort the child, and help that young part of you reach a different conclusion. This wasn't about my worthiness. This was about an adult's limitations. I am inherently worthy, and I now attract people who recognize that worth and choose to stay. This isn't just reframing a memory. It's actually changing the frequency signature encoded in that memory, which changes the echo it broadcasts into your present. As you clear resonance history, one pattern at a time, you'll notice dramatic shifts in what you attract. Long-standing patterns suddenly break. People who would normally trigger your old responses no longer affect you the same way. Opportunities appear in areas where you previously experienced only obstacles. This happens because you've stopped broadcasting the frequency that magnetically attracted those patterns. You've cleared the signal corruption and established a new, clean resonance. The field responds by reflecting the new frequency instead of the old one. The most powerful form of resonance is what ancient traditions called attunement, deliberately bringing your individual frequency into harmony with larger coherent systems. When you attune to the Schumann resonance by spending time in nature or meditation at 783 Hz, you're harmonizing with Earth's electromagnetic field. When you attune to the frequency of unconditional love, you're harmonizing with what many traditions call the divine frequency or source consciousness. When you attune to the collective intentions of a group pursuing aligned goals, you're accessing the amplification that occurs when multiple coherent fields synchronize. Attunement to larger coherent systems creates attraction that seems miraculous because you're not just working with your individual field anymore. You're accessing the resonance of systems far more powerful than individual consciousness. This is why group meditation measurably reduces crime rates in surrounding areas. The coherent field generated by meditators creates a resonance that other nervous systems entrain to, temporarily shifting the entire area to a higher frequency. This is why being in the presence of enlightened masters historically transformed people's lives. Their extraordinary coherence created a resonant field so powerful that simply being near them caused sympathetic vibration in others, temporarily lifting them to higher frequencies where transformation became possible. You can create intentional attunement through a practice the ancient mystery schools taught, but which was encoded in ritual symbolism. The underlying technique is simple. Identify what you want to resonate with. Abundance consciousness, divine love, creative flow, healing energy, or whatever frequency serves your evolution. Research or intuitively feel into what that frequency is like. What are its qualities? What does it feel like? How would someone operating at that frequency perceive reality? Then, in alpha-theta state, imagine a vast field of that frequency existing all around you like an ocean. You're a single wave in this ocean, already made of the same substance as the ocean itself. Now breathe that frequency into your body with each inhale, saturating every cell with its pattern. Feel your individual frequency synchronizing with this larger field, like a tuning fork beginning to vibrate at the same rate as the fork held near it. Don't force it. Allow it. Resonance happens naturally when you remove resistance and open to entrainment. Spend 10 to 15 minutes in this attunement meditation, literally tuning your consciousness to match the frequency of what you want to resonate with. By the end of the session, you should feel tangibly different because your electromagnetic field has actually reorganized to match the frequency you attuned to. Practice this attunement daily for a specific frequency until it becomes your natural baseline. Most people can establish a new resonant baseline in 21 to 30 days of consistent practice. This is the time frame for neuroplastic change in the brain and energetic restructuring in your field. Once the new frequency becomes your baseline, you automatically attract experiences matching that frequency without having to think about it. Your field does the work unconsciously, broadcasting the new signature and magnetizing resonant matches. This is how masters appear to manifest effortlessly. They're not working hard at attraction. They've established a coherent baseline frequency that naturally magnetizes aligned experiences. The final insight that completes the resonance code involves understanding that you're always in resonance with something. You cannot not resonate. The question is whether you're resonating consciously with frequencies that serve your evolution or unconsciously with default patterns programmed by your conditioning. Most people are in unconscious resonance with collective fear, societal limitations, family patterns, and cultural programming. They're like radio receivers tuned to whatever station is broadcasting strongest in their environment. With no awareness, they could change the channel. Conscious resonance means taking intentional control of your tuning. You recognize that you're a sophisticated electromagnetic instrument capable of selecting what frequencies to resonate with. When you encounter someone broadcasting chaos and drama, you don't automatically entrain to their frequency. You maintain your coherent baseline, and either the chaotic field harmonizes to match your coherence, or it moves away because the dissonance is uncomfortable. When you face challenging circumstances, you don't resonate with defeat and limitation. You consciously attune to the frequency of creative solutions and watch how the field responds by reflecting matching possibilities. This is the secret law of magnetic attraction that the simplified law of attraction teachings miss entirely. You don't attract what you want. You don't attract what you think about. You don't attract what you visualize. You attract what you resonate with at the frequency level. Your electromagnetic signature, composed of your beliefs, emotions, and cellular memory, broadcasts constantly. The quantum field responds by reflecting experiences, people, and opportunities that match your broadcast frequency. Change your resonant frequency, and you automatically change what you attract, not through effort or manipulation, but through the natural principle of sympathetic vibration. Everything you've learned so far builds toward this. Intention in Chapter 3 creates direction, but resonance determines arrival. You can set perfect quantum intentions with clarity and emotional coherence, but if your underlying resonance contradicts those intentions, you'll attract evidence of your resonance, not your intentions. This is why subconscious alignment was emphasized so heavily. Your subconscious beliefs create your resonant baseline. Change the subconscious beliefs and you change the resonance. Change the resonance and you change what you magnetically attract. The practice moving forward is simple, but requires diligence. Monitor your resonant frequency throughout the day. Notice what you're actually broadcasting, not what you want to be broadcasting or what you think you should be broadcasting. When you catch yourself in low-frequency states, don't judge yourself. That just adds more low-frequency guilt to the broadcast. Instead, pause, take 3 conscious breaths, and deliberately shift to a higher frequency using any technique that works for you. Gratitude, appreciation, remembering something you love, connecting with nature, or simply breathing coherence into your heart center. With consistent practice, you develop what could be called resonance mastery, the ability to consciously select and maintain frequencies regardless of external circumstances. You become like a tuning fork that holds its frequency even when chaos surrounds it. This stability creates incredible magnetic power because your coherent frequency becomes a beacon that other coherent systems naturally move toward. You stop chasing opportunities and people. They begin finding you because your resonance calls to them. This isn't attractive in the superficial sense. It's magnetically attractive in the physics sense. Coherence attracts. Dissonance repels. Master your resonance and you master your attractive capacity. The universe isn't responding to your requests. It's resonating with your frequency. Change your resonance and everything changes. Chapter 7. Ritual 6. The Magnetic Surrender to Universal Flow. Welcome to the 6th night of your transformation, and tonight we arrive at what might be the most paradoxical and profound ritual of all. After 5 nights of actively creating, visualizing, feeling, and commanding your abundance into existence, tonight you're going to learn the art of letting go. Tonight you discover that the final key to manifestation isn't more effort, more force, or more control. It's surrender. But this isn't the surrender of defeat or resignation. This is magnetic surrender, the conscious choice to release your grip on outcomes and trust the infinite intelligence of the universe to deliver your desires in ways far better than you could orchestrate yourself. Tonight you learn that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is nothing at all except trust, allow, and receive. Here's the paradox that trips up so many people on the path to abundance. You must desire clearly, visualize vividly, feel deeply, and declare powerfully. All of that is true and necessary, but then you must release your attachment to exactly how and when your desire manifests. You must let go of the desperate need for it to happen. You must stop checking constantly to see if it's arrived yet. You must cease the anxious controlling and manipulating of circumstances. Because here's what most people don't understand. Attachment and desperation are frequencies of lack. When you're desperately attached to an outcome, when you're constantly worried about whether it will manifest, when you're trying to force and control every detail, you're actually broadcasting the signal that you don't have it, that you're afraid you won't get it, that you're operating from scarcity. And that frequency of desperate attachment repels the very thing you're trying to attract. Think about human relationships for a moment. When you meet someone who's desperate for your approval, who needs you to like them, who's trying too hard to impress you, how does that feel? It's repelling, isn't it? Their neediness pushes you away. But when you meet someone who's comfortable in themselves, who would enjoy your company but doesn't need it, who has their own sense of wholeness and abundance, that's magnetic. That's attractive. You want to be around that energy. The same principle applies to manifesting abundance. When you're desperately attached to money showing up, when you need it to arrive to feel okay, when you're anxiously checking and controlling, you push it away. But when you desire abundance, work toward it, and then release attachment to exactly how and when it arrives, trusting that it's already yours in the quantum field and will manifest in perfect timing. You become magnetic. You draw it to you effortlessly. Let me share the story of Catherine, a talented coach who was working incredibly hard to build her business, but barely making ends meet. Catherine was doing all the right things, technically. She was marketing consistently, reaching out to potential clients, creating valuable content. But energetically, she was strangling her business with desperate attachment. Every time she sent a proposal, she would obsessively check her email, waiting for a response. Every potential client meeting, she would try to control every word, every moment, terrified of losing the opportunity. Every month when bills came due, she would spiral into anxiety about whether she'd have enough. This desperate energy was palpable, and potential clients could feel it. They sensed her neediness, and it made them uncomfortable. Despite all her effort, Catherine was barely surviving financially. Then Catherine learned about magnetic surrender. She continued doing all the practical work of running her business, but she released her desperate attachment to outcomes. After sending a proposal, instead of anxiously checking email every 5 minutes, she would say, "This is in the universe's hands now. If this client is meant for me, they'll say yes. If not, there's someone better coming." After client meetings, instead of replaying every word and worrying about whether she said the right things, she would trust that the right people would be attracted to her authentic self. When bills came due, instead of panicking, she would remind herself, "I am always supported. The money I need always arrives in perfect timing." This shift in energy changed everything. Within a month, Catherine signed her first high-ticket client. Within 3 months, she had a waiting list. Within 6 months, she'd tripled her previous annual income. The external actions hadn't changed. Her internal state of surrender and trust had changed, and that change transformed her magnetic field. This is what you're learning tonight: how to hold your desire powerfully while releasing desperate attachment. How to work toward your goals actively while trusting the universe to orchestrate details you cannot control. How to know what you want clearly while remaining open to something even better. How to be in the creative process without strangling it with anxiety and control. This is advanced consciousness work, but you're ready for it. You've built the foundation over the past 5 nights. Now you're learning the art of allowing your manifestations to come to you, rather than chasing them down. The quantum field operates according to principles that our linear, controlling minds often struggle to accept. One of those principles is that the universe has access to infinite pathways, possibilities, and potentials that we cannot see from our limited perspective. When you insist on your abundance manifesting in a specific way, through a specific source, at a specific time, you're limiting the quantum field to just the pathways you can imagine. But when you surrender the how and when, while remaining clear on the what and why, you open yourself to pathways you couldn't have conceived. The universe can surprise you with opportunities far better than what you planned. Synchronicities can align in ways that seem miraculous. Money can come from sources you never expected, but only if you're not too attached to your limited vision of how it should happen. Here's another crucial understanding about surrender. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It doesn't mean you stop taking action or resign yourself to whatever happens. Magnetic surrender is active, not passive. You continue to show up, do the work, take inspired action, and follow the intuitive nudges. But you do it from a state of trust rather than fear, from knowing rather than hoping, from abundance rather than lack. You work as if everything depends on you, and you trust as if everything depends on the universe. Both are true simultaneously. This is the dance of co-creation. You do your part with excellence and commitment. The universe does its part with infinite intelligence and perfect timing. And you learn to distinguish between your part and the universe's part, to release the need to control what isn't yours to control. Marcus experienced this distinction powerfully. He wanted to expand his business and had a very specific plan for how it would happen. He would get a bank loan, hire 3 employees, lease larger office space, and grow systematically over 2 years. He worked tirelessly on this plan, but nothing seemed to open up. The banks rejected his loan applications. The timing never felt right for hiring. The perfect office space never appeared. Marcus was frustrated and exhausted, feeling like he was pushing a boulder uphill. Then he learned about surrender. He decided to release his attachment to his specific plan while staying committed to his vision of expansion. He said to the universe, "I want to grow my business and serve more people. I trust you to show me the perfect path. I release my limited ideas about how this must happen. Show me the way." Within 2 weeks of this surrender, Marcus received a call from a former colleague who proposed a partnership. This colleague had resources, connections, and complementary skills. Together they could grow much faster than Marcus could alone. This partnership possibility had never been on Marcus's radar. It wasn't part of his plan. But when he stopped trying to control exactly how expansion would happen and surrendered to the universe's intelligence, a better path appeared. Within 6 months, their partnership had tripled what Marcus's business had been doing. Within a year, they'd expanded to multiple cities. Marcus's vision of growth had manifested, but through a pathway infinitely better than his limited plan. The surrender hadn't made him passive. It had made him receptive to opportunities his controlling mind couldn't have imagined. As you relax now into this 6th ritual, feeling your body becoming softer and more peaceful with each breath, I want you to check in with your relationship to control. Where in your financial life are you trying to force outcomes? Where are you gripping too tightly? Where are you operating from fear that if you don't make it happen, it won't happen? Where are you attached to specific timelines, specific sources, specific pathways? Just notice, without judgment. This controlling energy is natural. It comes from the part of you that's afraid, that doesn't trust, that believes you're alone in this and must do everything yourself. But that belief is an illusion. You're not alone. You're not separate. You're not the one making everything happen through sheer force of will. You're part of an intelligent, abundant, supportive universe that's always conspiring in your favor, always working to bring you what you desire and more, always orchestrating circumstances in ways you cannot see. The invitation tonight is to consciously choose to release your grip, not to stop caring about your desires, not to give up on your goals, but to hold them with an open hand rather than a clenched fist, to say yes to your abundance while releasing attachment to the exact form it takes, to work diligently while trusting the outcome, to plan wisely while remaining flexible, to know what you want while staying open to something better. This is the middle way between passive resignation and anxious control. This is magnetic surrender, and it's one of the most powerful frequencies you can embody. Let me explain the energetic reason why surrender is so magnetic. When you're in desperate attachment, your energy is contracted, tight, clenched. You're literally creating energetic constriction that blocks flow. Think of your energy field as a garden hose. When you pinch the hose with anxiety and control, the water can't flow through freely. But when you release the pinch, when you open and relax, the water flows powerfully. The same is true with the flow of abundance. Your desperation and control are pinching off the flow. Your surrender and trust open the channel completely. This is why some people seem to attract money and opportunities effortlessly. They're not working harder or wanting it more. They're allowing more. They're in a state of relaxed openness rather than desperate grasping. They're magnetically receptive rather than repellently needy. Sarah discovered this when she stopped micromanaging every aspect of her job search. She'd been applying to dozens of positions, agonizing over every word of her resume, obsessively checking application statuses, and getting increasingly desperate with each rejection. This energy of desperation was actually working against her. When she did get interviews, her neediness came across and employers could sense it. After learning about magnetic surrender, Sarah shifted her approach. She still applied to positions, but then she would release attachment to the outcome. She would say, "If this job is meant for me, it will happen. If not, there's something better." She stopped checking application statuses compulsively. She trusted that the right opportunity would find her. This shift in energy made her more confident in interviews, more authentic in conversations, more magnetic to employers. Within 3 weeks, she had 2 job offers, both better than anything she'd applied for previously. One came through a referral she hadn't pursued. The other came from a company that reached out to her after seeing her profile. The opportunities came to her when she stopped chasing them desperately. Here's another dimension of surrender that's crucial to understand. Surrender includes surrendering your timeline. This might be the hardest part for most people because we live in a culture of immediate gratification. We want what we want, and we want it now. We get frustrated when manifestations don't appear on our preferred schedule. We doubt the process when things don't happen as fast as we think they should. But the universe operates on divine timing, not your ego's timeline. Everything happens exactly when it's meant to happen, not a moment sooner or later. Sometimes there are things that need to fall into place. Lessons you need to learn, people you need to meet, circumstances that need to align before your desire can manifest in the highest way possible. Your job is to trust this timing rather than resist it. I know this can be frustrating, especially when you have bills due and challenges pressing. But consider this. Would you rather have what you want right now, in a limited way that matches your current consciousness? Or would you rather wait a bit longer and receive it in an expanded way that exceeds your expectations? Often the universe is not withholding your good. It's preparing you for something bigger. It's developing you into the person who can handle and maintain the level of abundance you're calling in. It's orchestrating synchronicities and opportunities that will blow your mind if you don't sabotage the process by giving up too soon because it's not happening on your timeline. Surrender your timeline. Trust divine timing. Know that everything is unfolding perfectly, even when you can't see the whole picture yet. David experienced this lesson profoundly. He wanted to start a specific business and felt ready to launch immediately. He had the skills, the passion, the plan. But every time he tried to push forward, doors closed. He couldn't find investors. The right partners didn't appear. Circumstances kept blocking his path. David was frustrated and couldn't understand why the universe seemed to be working against him when he was trying to pursue his purpose. Finally, in exhaustion, he surrendered. He said, "Okay, universe, I release this. If it's meant to happen, show me when and how. I trust your timing." The moment he truly let go, things began shifting. But not in the way he expected. A completely different opportunity appeared that he'd never considered. At first, David almost dismissed it because it wasn't his plan. But something told him to explore it. That unexpected opportunity led to a business that became far more successful than what he'd originally envisioned. Looking back, David realized the universe had been blocking his initial path, not to punish him, but to redirect him towards something better. But he couldn't see it until he surrendered his attachment to his specific plan and timeline. As you drift deeper into relaxation now, I want you to practice surrender in this moment. Take a deep breath, and as you exhale, imagine releasing all the tension, all the anxiety, all the desperate grasping about your financial situation. Just let it go. Feel your body softening, your grip loosening, your energy opening. You've been working so hard, trying so much, pushing and striving and controlling. What if you could just rest for a moment in trust? What if you could take a break from the constant effort and just allow yourself to be held by the universe? You are supported. You are safe. You are taken care of. Everything you need is coming to you in perfect timing, through perfect pathways. You don't have to figure it all out. You don't have to make it all happen. You don't have to control every detail. You can exhale. You can trust. You can surrender. This doesn't mean you stop taking action. Tomorrow when you wake, you'll continue showing up for your life, doing the work, following through on commitments. But you'll do it from a different energy. You'll move from inspiration rather than desperation. You'll act from trust rather than fear. You'll work from abundance consciousness rather than lack consciousness. And this shift in your underlying energy will make your actions infinitely more effective. You'll be guided to the right actions at the right time. You'll be in the flow rather than swimming against the current. Things will feel easier, lighter, more joyful. Doors will open that were previously closed. Opportunities will appear that you weren't straining to create. Money will flow from unexpected sources. This is what happens when you combine committed action with magnetic surrender. Let me share the most powerful surrender statement you can use. This statement acknowledges your desire while releasing attachment to the outcome. It declares your trust while staying open to something better. Here it is. This or something better is manifesting for me now in perfect timing for the highest good of all. I release this to the universe with complete trust and faith. And so it is. Feel the power of this statement. You're not saying, I don't care what happens. You're saying, I know what I want, and I'm open to receiving it, or something even better in whatever way the universe knows is perfect. This statement keeps you in active creation while releasing desperate control. Practice saying this about your financial desires, about your goals and dreams, about specific opportunities you're pursuing. State your intention clearly, then add this or something better is manifesting for me now in perfect timing. I release this with trust, and so it is. When Jennifer adopted this practice, everything changed. She'd been desperately trying to manifest a specific amount of money by a specific date for a specific purpose. The desperation was blocking the flow. When she said this amount or something better is coming to me in perfect timing for my highest good, I release this with trust. She felt immediate relief in her body. The anxiety dissolved, and within days, money started flowing. Not always in the amounts or timing she'd specified, but always perfectly meeting her needs. Sometimes the money came exactly when a bill was due, arriving literally at the last moment. At first, this timing made her nervous, but she learned to trust it. She learned that the universe wasn't cutting it close to stress her out. It was showing her that she could relax the control and trust that she'd always be supported. Over time, as Jennifer deepened into surrender, the money began flowing more and more easily, from more and more sources, in greater and greater amounts. The surrender didn't decrease her abundance, it multiplied it. Tonight, as you prepare to fall asleep, I want you to practice active surrender. Think about your biggest financial concern right now, the thing you've been trying to control, worrying about, forcing, pushing. Maybe it's a specific bill you're stressed about. Maybe it's a debt you're trying to pay off. Maybe it's an income level you're striving to reach. Maybe it's an opportunity you're afraid of losing. Whatever it is, bring it to mind clearly. And now, with conscious intention, release it to the universe. Say either out loud or silently, I release this to infinite intelligence. I trust that the universe knows the perfect way to resolve this for my highest good. I surrender my need to control the how and when. I open myself to receiving the perfect solution in perfect timing. I let go, I trust, I allow, and so it is. Feel the weight lifting off your shoulders as you speak these words. Feel the tension draining from your body. Feel the peace that comes from truly letting go. This is not giving up. This is waking up to the truth that you're not in this alone, that you don't have to do it all yourself, that there's an infinite intelligence supporting you that's far wiser than your limited human mind. You can rest in this support. You can relax into this trust. You can surrender into this flow. And from this place of surrender, miracles happen. Solutions appear. Money flows. Opportunities arise. Not because you made them happen, but because you allowed them to happen by getting your desperate control out of the way. This surrender practice isn't just for tonight. This becomes your new way of being. Every time you notice yourself gripping tightly, trying to control, falling into anxiety about how things will work out, you pause. You breathe. You remember that you're part of an intelligent, abundant universe that's always working on your behalf. You release the specific outcome. You surrender the timeline. You open your hands and your heart. You say, I trust you, universe. Show me the way. I'm listening. I'm following. I'm allowing. And then you pay attention to the guidance that comes, the intuitive nudges, the synchronicities, the unexpected opportunities, the doors opening. This is the universe responding to your surrender by showing you the path forward, one step at a time. Robert learned to recognize these guidances through surrender practice. Before, he was so busy controlling and planning that he missed the subtle signs and opportunities the universe was presenting. But when he practiced surrender, when he created space by releasing his grip, he became sensitive to the flow. He would meet someone randomly who mentioned something that sparked an idea. He would see an article that provided the exact information he needed. He would get a random intuition to call someone, and that call would lead to an important opportunity. These weren't coincidences. These were the universe's way of guiding him, once he stopped drowning out the guidance with his anxious controlling. Surrender made him receptive to the intelligence that was always trying to help him, but which he'd been too busy forcing and controlling to hear. As you drift now into sleep, let surrender be your state. Let go of all the concerns you've been carrying. Release them one by one into the care of the universe. Your financial worries, released. Your doubts about timing, released. Your fear that it won't work out, released. Your need to know the how, released. Your attachment to specific outcomes, released. Feel yourself becoming lighter with each release until you feel almost weightless, floating in a sea of trust. You are held. You are supported. You are loved. The universe is caring for you right now, even as you sleep, arranging circumstances, opening doors, bringing opportunities, orchestrating synchronicities, guiding you to your highest good. Your only job is to trust, to allow, to receive. Everything else is being handled. Tomorrow when you wake, you'll notice something different. There's a lightness in your energy, a peace in your heart, a knowing in your soul. You've stopped trying to force and control life. You've started flowing with life. And paradoxically, by letting go of desperate control, you've claimed your true power, the power to co-create with the universe, rather than struggling against it. This is magnetic surrender. This is the flow state. This is where miracles become normal and abundance becomes effortless. Rest now in this surrender. Sleep in this trust. And wake tomorrow ready to dance with the universe, taking inspired action while releasing desperate attachment, working with clarity while trusting the outcome, moving forward with commitment while staying open to something better. You are surrendered. You are trusting. You are magnetic. And your abundance is flowing to you now. Sleep well, beloved one. The universe has you. All is well, and so it is. Chapter 8. Ritual 7. The Inspired Action of the Prosperous Warrior. Welcome to the 7th and final night of your transformation, and tonight we bring everything together in the ultimate ritual that completes the circle of manifestation. You've dissolved limiting beliefs, mastered your emotional frequency, activated gratitude, embodied your abundant self, spoken your reality into existence, and surrendered to universal flow. Tonight you discover the final piece that transforms all that internal work into tangible, external results. Tonight you learn the art of inspired action, how to move in the world as a prosperous warrior who takes powerful, aligned steps while remaining in the flow state you've cultivated. Tonight you become the person who doesn't just visualize and meditate their way to abundance, but who also shows up in the physical world with clarity, courage, and commitment to make their vision real. Here's the truth that completes the manifestation process. Consciousness creates reality, but consciousness expresses itself through action. You can have the clearest vision, the highest vibration, the most powerful beliefs, and the deepest surrender. But if you don't take action in the physical world, your abundance remains in the realm of potential. The quantum field responds to the combination of your internal state and your external movement. It's not enough to just be abundant internally. You must also act like an abundant person in your daily choices, behaviors, and decisions. Your actions are the bridge between the invisible realm of consciousness and the visible realm of physical manifestation. You are the instrument through which your abundance comes into form, and that requires you to move, to do, to engage with the world from your elevated state. But here's where most people go wrong. They take what I call forced action, action that comes from desperation, fear, and trying to make things happen. This kind of action is exhausting because you're pushing against the current rather than flowing with it. You're hustling from lack rather than creating from abundance. You're operating from the belief that if you don't force it, it won't happen. This forced action might create some results, but they're hard-won, unsustainable, and often don't feel good even when you achieve them. This is the old paradigm of struggle and sacrifice, the belief that success requires suffering, that you must grind and hustle and sacrifice your well-being to achieve abundance. And yes, this path can work, but at what cost? Your health? Your relationships? Your joy? There's a better way. The better way is inspired action. This is action that arises naturally from your elevated state. It's action that feels energizing rather than depleting. It's action that comes from following intuitive nudges, synchronicities, and genuine excitement, rather than forcing yourself to do what you think you should do. Inspired action is the universe, working through you, guiding your steps, orchestrating your movements, so that you're always in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing with the right people. This is the action of someone who has done the internal work and is now allowing that internal transformation to express itself externally. This is how you work hard without it feeling hard. This is how you accomplish extraordinary things while feeling energized rather than exhausted. This is the prosperous warrior's way. Let me tell you about Daniel, who transformed his entire business by shifting from forced action to inspired action. Daniel was working 16-hour days, constantly hustling, always pushing, never resting. He believed that more effort meant more results. But despite all this effort, his business was barely surviving. He was exhausted, burned out, and resentful. When Daniel learned about inspired action, he was skeptical. How could he possibly accomplish more by doing less? But he was desperate enough to try. He started checking in with himself before taking action, asking, does this feel inspired or forced? Am I moving from abundance or from fear? He began saying no to activities that felt heavy and draining, even if they seemed like the smart business moves. He started following his excitement and intuition, even when it didn't make logical sense. He took breaks when his body needed rest instead of powering through. He worked when he felt energized and creative, rather than adhering to a rigid schedule. The results were shocking. Within a month, Daniel's business started growing. Within 3 months, he'd exceeded his previous annual revenue while working half the hours. Within 6 months, he'd created a business that supported him abundantly while giving him time freedom he'd never experienced. The key wasn't working less, per se. The key was working differently, from a different energy, taking only the actions that felt inspired and aligned, rather than every action his fear-based mind insisted was necessary. Daniel had become a prosperous warrior, someone who moves powerfully in the world from a place of flow rather than force, someone who creates extraordinary results through aligned action rather than exhausting hustle. As you relax now into this final ritual, feeling your body settling deeper into comfort with each breath, I want you to understand the difference between inspired action and forced action at the level of energy. Forced action comes from your head, from thinking and planning and strategizing. It's logical, linear, often driven by fear of what might happen if you don't act. Forced action feels heavy in your body. It creates resistance. You have to push yourself to do it. You procrastinate. You feel drained afterward. This is your signal that you're operating from the old paradigm, trying to force outcomes rather than allowing them to unfold. Inspired action comes from your heart, from your gut, from your intuition. It's often illogical. It might not make sense to your rational mind, but it feels right in your body. It feels light, exciting, energizing. You want to do it. You don't have to force yourself. Time disappears when you're doing it. You feel energized afterward. This is your signal that you're in alignment, that you're following the universe's guidance, that you're in the flow. The prosperous warrior learns to distinguish between these two types of action and chooses inspired action whenever possible. This doesn't mean you never do things that are uncomfortable or challenging. Running a successful business, building wealth, creating abundance in the world sometimes requires you to stretch beyond your comfort zone. But there's a difference between the discomfort of growth and the depletion of forcing. The discomfort of growth feels exciting, even though it's scary. The depletion of forcing feels heavy and wrong. The prosperous warrior embraces the first and releases the second. The prosperous warrior asks before taking action, is this inspired? Is this aligned? Is this coming from my elevated state or from my fear-based survival mode? And then they choose accordingly. Sarah learned this distinction through her journey to financial freedom. She'd been working a job she hated because it was secure and paid well. The logical, sensible thing was to stay. But every day felt like torture. Her body was telling her this wasn't right, but her mind insisted she had no choice. When Sarah learned about inspired action, she started listening to her body's wisdom. She felt a strong pull towards starting her own business, even though it made no logical sense financially. She ignored this pull for months, staying in the safe job until one day she couldn't anymore. She took the inspired but terrifying action of quitting her job to pursue her business full-time. Her fearful mind screamed that this was irresponsible, reckless, dangerous. But her body felt relief, excitement, rightness. Within 3 months, Sarah's business was supporting her at the same level as her previous job. Within a year, she was making 3 times what she'd made in her corporate career. The inspired action that made no logical sense had been the exact right move because it was aligned with her truth, her gifts, and her path. Now here's something crucial to understand about inspired action. You can't wait until you feel inspired to take all action. Sometimes you must take action to create the conditions for inspiration. Sometimes you must show up consistently, even when you don't feel particularly inspired, trusting that the inspiration will come as you engage. The prosperous warrior understands this balance. They don't use waiting for inspiration as an excuse for inaction and procrastination. They show up. They do the work. But they do it from a different energy. They're not forcing from desperation. They're showing up from commitment. They're taking action from service rather than survival. They're moving from I get to rather than I have to. This subtle shift in energy makes all the difference. Think of it this way. A professional athlete doesn't wait to feel inspired before training. They show up to practice every day whether they feel like it or not because they're committed to excellence. But the best athletes aren't grimly forcing themselves through practice. They've cultivated a love for the process. They find joy in the repetition. They're present with each movement. They're not thinking about the championship while they're practicing. They're fully engaged with the training itself. This is inspired action within committed practice. This is the prosperous warrior's approach. You show up consistently for your abundance. You take the actions that build your business, develop your skills, create your opportunities. But you do it with presence, with joy, with love for the process itself, not just attachment to the outcome. Michael embodied this perfectly in his journey to building a 7-figure business. He committed to showing up every single day to do the work of building his company. Some days he felt wildly inspired, and the work flowed effortlessly. Other days he didn't feel particularly inspired at all. But he showed up anyway, not from grim determination, but from commitment to his vision. He would say, I might not feel inspired right now, but I'm going to create the conditions for inspiration by taking action. And inevitably, as he engaged with the work, the inspiration would come. An idea would strike. A creative solution would appear. Energy would flow. Michael learned that inspiration often follows action rather than preceding it. You start moving, and the universe meets you in the movement, guiding your steps. opening doors, creating synchronicities. But you have to start moving first. You have to take the first step, even if you can't see the entire staircase. As you continue to relax now, I want to talk about the role of intuition in inspired action. Your intuition is the universe speaking to you, guiding you toward the actions that will serve your highest good. But most people have spent so many years ignoring their intuition, overriding it with logical thinking and other people's opinions, that they can barely hear it anymore. The prosperous warrior rebuilds this connection with intuition. They learn to distinguish between the voice of intuition, which is calm and quiet and knowing, and the voice of fear, which is loud and anxious and insistent. Intuition speaks in whispers, in gentle nudges, in quiet knowing. Fear shouts, demands, threatens. Intuition says, "This feels right." Fear says, "You have to do this or else." Intuition is patient. Fear is urgent. Learning to tell the difference is essential for taking inspired action. Here's how you develop your intuitive guidance system. You start paying attention to the subtle feelings in your body. When you're considering an action, tune in to your body's response. Does your chest feel open or tight? Does your belly feel relaxed or tense? Does your heart feel expansive or contracted? Your body is always giving you feedback about whether something is aligned or not. But you have to slow down enough to feel it. You have to get out of your head and into your body. The prosperous warrior makes decisions from the whole being, not just the thinking mind. They feel into opportunities. They sense the rightness or wrongness of paths. They trust their gut even when logic says something different. And over time, as they follow this inner guidance and see it proven right again and again, their trust in it deepens. They become someone who moves through the world with an almost uncanny ability to be in the right place at the right time, not through luck, but through attunement to intuitive guidance. Let me share what happened with Jennifer when she started following her intuition for business decisions. She'd always made decisions purely logically, analyzing every option, weighing pros and cons, seeking advice from others. But she learned to add intuition to her decision-making process. She would get quiet, feel into each option, and notice which one felt expansive versus constrictive in her body. Sometimes her intuition would guide her toward options that made no logical sense. One time she felt strongly guided to attend a specific networking event, even though it seemed like a waste of time based on the description. She went anyway, following the intuitive pull. At that event, she met someone who became her biggest client, and later a close friend. Another time she felt guided not to pursue what seemed like a perfect opportunity. She said no, even though everyone around her thought she was crazy. Later, she discovered that opportunity would have been a disaster. Her intuition had protected her from a costly mistake. Over time, Jennifer learned to trust these intuitive hits completely, and her business flourished because she was being guided by intelligence greater than her limited rational mind. Now let's talk about the quality of action that the prosperous warrior brings. It's not just about what you do, but how you do it. The prosperous warrior brings excellence, integrity, and presence to every action. They don't cut corners or do sloppy work. They don't operate from scarcity consciousness that says, "This is good enough." They bring their best to every endeavor, because they understand that how you do anything is how you do everything. If you're cutting corners in small things, you're training yourself in the energy of lack. But when you bring excellence to everything you touch, you're embodying abundance. You're declaring through your actions, "I am someone who does things with quality, care, and integrity." And the universe responds to that declaration by bringing you opportunities that match that frequency. This doesn't mean perfectionism. Perfectionism is actually a form of fear, the fear that you're not good enough, so you must make everything perfect to prove your worth. That's exhausting and counterproductive. I'm talking about excellence, which is different. Excellence means doing your best from a place of self-respect and care for your work, not from fear of judgment. Excellence means taking pride in what you create without attaching your worth to it. Excellence means showing up fully present and engaged with whatever you're doing, whether it's a major presentation or washing dishes. The prosperous warrior knows that every action is an opportunity to practice being abundant, to embody the frequency of prosperity, to demonstrate through behavior that you are someone who operates at a high level. Thomas understood this when he was still working a modest job while building his business. He could have done the minimum at his day job, saving all his energy and excellence for his business. But Thomas brought excellence to both. He showed up, fully present at his day job, did exceptional work, treated everyone with respect and kindness. He understood that this was practice for the prosperity he was building. He was training himself in the energy of excellence, integrity, and abundance. And something interesting happened. His exceptional work at his day job led to opportunities and connections that actually helped his business grow. His boss became one of his first major clients. His co-workers referred people to him. The universe rewarded his integrity and excellence by creating bridges between his old life and his new vision. Thomas learned that there are no throwaway moments, no situations where you can coast or check out. Every moment is an opportunity to embody the prosperous warrior, to be the person you're becoming, to practice the frequency of abundance. As you drift now towards sleep, I want to talk about the ultimate practice of the prosperous warrior, showing up as your abundant self in every interaction, every decision, every moment. This is the culmination of all 7 rituals. You've transformed your beliefs, your emotions, your gratitude, your identity, your language, your relationship with control, and now your actions. You are no longer the person you were 7 days ago. You are the abundant self you've been cultivating. And tomorrow when you wake, you don't just think and feel like that abundant person. You act like them. You make decisions like them. You carry yourself like them. You interact with others like them. You handle money like them. You pursue opportunities like them. You respond to challenges like them. You are them. And as you consistently act from this elevated identity, your external reality has no choice but to transform, to match. Here's your practice moving forward. Every morning when you wake, before you check your phone or start your day, take 3 minutes to connect with your abundant self. Feel into that identity you've been building all week. Remember who you are now. Remember your power, your worth, your connection to infinite abundance. Then ask yourself, what would my abundant self do today? How would they show up? What actions would they take? What decisions would they make? And then throughout your day, keep checking in. Before any significant decision or action, pause and ask, is this what my abundant self would do? Let that elevated identity guide your choices. Let it shape your behaviors. Let it determine your actions. This is how you become that person permanently, not by trying to fake it or pretend, but by genuinely embodying the consciousness of abundance in every moment. Let me tell you about Rachel's breakthrough with this practice. She was constantly struggling financially and realized it was because her daily actions contradicted her stated desire for abundance. She wanted wealth, but acted like someone who was broke. She wanted opportunities, but stayed in her comfort zone. She wanted success but made choices from fear and scarcity. When Rachel learned about embodying her abundant self through action, everything changed. She started asking before every decision, what would abundant Rachel do? Abundant Rachel wouldn't buy the cheapest option out of fear. She'd buy the quality option that served her best. Abundant Rachel wouldn't say no to the investment opportunity out of scarcity. She'd evaluate it clearly and make a wise choice. Abundant Rachel wouldn't stay small and hidden. She'd put herself out there confidently. As Rachel started making decisions from this elevated identity, her external circumstances began shifting rapidly. Within 3 months, she'd doubled her income. Within 6 months, she'd created multiple income streams. Within a year, she'd built the abundant life she'd been visualizing. The actions of her abundant self had created the reality of abundance. Tonight, as you fall asleep, I want you to program your subconscious with a clear intention for tomorrow. Tomorrow you will wake as your abundant self and take inspired action from that identity. Tomorrow you will move through your day, guided by intuition, taking aligned steps, showing up with excellence, making decisions from abundance rather than lack. Tomorrow you will be the prosperous warrior who has integrated all 7 rituals into a way of being. You will think abundant thoughts, feel abundant emotions, speak abundant words, and take abundant actions. And as you do, you will notice the universe responding, doors opening, opportunities appearing, money flowing, synchronicities multiplying, because you're finally in complete alignment, consciousness and action moving together, internal transformation expressing itself externally. This is who you are now, not someone who just thinks about abundance or dreams about prosperity. You are someone who embodies it, who lives it, who acts from it consistently. You are the prosperous warrior who has done the deep internal work and now moves powerfully in the external world. You don't wait for circumstances to change you. You change yourself and watch circumstances rearrange themselves to match. You don't hope for opportunities. You become the person opportunities seek out. You don't chase money. You become magnetic to money by being abundance itself. This is your power. This is your path. This is who you have become through these 7 nights of transformation. Over these 7 days, you have fundamentally rewired your consciousness. You've dissolved the limiting beliefs that kept you stuck. You've mastered the emotional alchemy that magnetizes abundance. You've activated gratitude as your superpower. You've embodied your abundant identity so completely, it feels more real than your old limited self. You've spoken your prosperity into existence with quantum decrees. You've surrendered control and learned to flow with universal intelligence. And now you've claimed your power as a prosperous warrior who takes inspired action in the world. This is complete transformation. This is total reprogramming. You are not the same person. You cannot go back to who you were. You can only move forward into the abundant life that's already yours. Tomorrow when you wake, you begin living this new reality fully, not practicing for it, not preparing for it, living it. Your abundant life starts now, in this moment, with the person you've become. And as you take inspired action day after day, as you make choices from abundance consciousness, as you show up as the prosperous warrior you are, your external reality will shift faster than you can imagine. Money will flow, opportunities will appear, success will manifest, not because you finally got lucky or figured out the secret, but because you became the frequency of abundance so completely that the universe has no choice but to match it. You are abundance. You are prosperity. You are wealth, not as a goal to achieve, but as a truth you embody. And from this truth, everything you desire flows naturally and inevitably. Sleep now, prosperous warrior, in the certainty of who you are and what you're creating. Rest in the knowledge that your transformation is complete and your abundant life is beginning. Tomorrow you rise as the person you were always meant to be, ready to take the inspired actions that will make your vision real in the physical world. You have done the work. You have become the person. Now you simply live it, and living it will be easier than you imagine because you're not forcing or struggling anymore. You're flowing. You're aligned. You're in your power. Everything you need is coming to you. Every action you take is guided. Every step you make is supported. You are the prosperous warrior, and your time is now. Sleep well, abundant one. Wake ready to conquer. Your magnificent life awaits. And so it is. Chapter 9. Integrating the 7 Rituals. Your new operating system. Tonight marks a powerful transition. You've completed the 7 rituals, each one transforming a specific aspect of your consciousness, each one building upon the others to create a complete system of abundance. But completing the rituals isn't the end of your journey. It's the beginning of your new life. Tonight we integrate everything you've learned into a seamless operating system that becomes your natural way of being. Tonight, you learn how to maintain this transformation permanently, how to prevent sliding back into old patterns, and how to deepen into ever greater levels of prosperity. Tonight, you discover that these 7 rituals aren't just practices you do. They're who you've become. You are the embodiment of these principles now, and tonight we anchor that transformation so deeply that there's no going back to who you used to be. Think of the past 7 days as installing new software in the computer of your consciousness. Each ritual was a program designed to upgrade a specific function. Ritual 1 upgraded your belief system, deleting limiting programs and installing empowering truths. Ritual 2 upgraded your emotional operating system, teaching you to generate elevated states regardless of circumstances. Ritual 3 upgraded your gratitude application, turning it from a passive response into an active, creative force. Ritual 4 upgraded your identity program, replacing the old limited self with your abundant, authentic self. Ritual 5 upgraded your language processor, transforming words from descriptions into quantum commands. Ritual 6 upgraded your control settings, teaching you to surrender and flow rather than force and struggle. Ritual 7 upgraded your action protocol, shifting from forced effort to inspired movement. Each upgrade was essential, and now they work together as an integrated system. But here's what you need to understand about maintaining this new system. Your old programming doesn't just disappear completely. Those neural pathways you built over years or decades of limitation, those emotional habits you practiced thousands of times, those beliefs you inherited and reinforced, they're still there in your nervous system. They're just dormant now, overridden by your new programming. But if you stop practicing your new system, if you allow yourself to slip back into old thought patterns, old emotional reactions, old limiting beliefs, those old pathways will reactivate. It's like muscle memory. The old patterns are familiar, and your nervous system will default to them if you're not conscious. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect or vigilant every moment. It means you need to understand the mechanics of lasting transformation so you can catch yourself when you slip and choose again before the old patterns take hold. Let me share what happened to Mark. He went through a powerful transformation, completely shifted his consciousness around money, and started seeing amazing results. Opportunities appeared. Money flowed. His business grew. But after a few months, Mark got complacent. He stopped doing his daily practices. He stopped checking in with his abundant self. He stopped catching his limiting thoughts. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, he slid back into old patterns. He started worrying about money again. He started making decisions from fear. He started speaking lack. And predictably, his circumstances began reflecting this regression. The opportunities dried up. The money flow slowed. The business stagnated. Mark was confused and frustrated, wondering why the manifestation magic had stopped working. But it wasn't that the principles stopped working. It's that Mark stopped applying them. He treated transformation as a destination rather than a practice, and he learned the hard way that consciousness requires cultivation. When Mark recognized what had happened and recommitted to his daily practices, everything shifted back. The flow returned, even stronger than before, because now he understood that his abundant life wasn't something he achieved once. It was something he practiced daily. This is why integration is so crucial. You need to take these 7 rituals and weave them into the fabric of your daily life so completely that they become automatic, natural, effortless. You need to practice them until they're not practices anymore, but simply who you are. This doesn't mean spending hours in meditation and visualization every day. It means incorporating the principles into your moment-to-moment awareness. It means catching yourself when you slip into old patterns and consciously choosing the new pattern instead. It means making your elevated state your default state, rather than something you have to work to achieve. This is possible. This is what tonight's integration is about. Here's how you create lasting integration. First, you need a daily morning practice that sets the frequency for your day. This doesn't have to be long. Even 10 to 15 minutes is enough if you're focused and intentional. The moment you wake up, before you check your phone, or think about your to-do list, or engage with the world, you connect with your abundant self. You take a few deep breaths and feel into the identity you've been cultivating. You remember who you are now. You generate the elevated emotions of gratitude, abundance, and excitement. You speak your quantum decrees, either out loud or silently. You set your intention for the day. Today, I am the prosperous warrior. Today, I take inspired action. Today, I am magnetic to abundance and opportunity. Today, everything flows to me, easily and joyfully. This morning practice, done consistently, programs your subconscious for the entire day. It sets your frequency before the world has a chance to pull you into reactivity. It anchors you in your elevated state before challenges or distractions can knock you off center. Second, you need regular check-ins throughout your day. Set reminders on your phone if necessary. Every few hours, pause for just 60 seconds and ask yourself, am I in my abundant state right now? Or have I slipped into old patterns? Am I thinking thoughts of abundance or lack? Am I feeling emotions of prosperity or poverty? Am I speaking words of power or limitation? Am I taking inspired action or forced action? This simple practice of checking in keeps you conscious. It prevents you from sleepwalking through your day on autopilot, defaulting to old patterns without realizing it. When you check in and discover you've slipped, you don't judge yourself or feel bad. You simply course correct. You take a breath, reconnect with your abundant self, and choose again. This is how you train your nervous system to maintain the new frequency. Every time you catch yourself and choose again, you're strengthening the new neural pathways and weakening the old ones. Third, you need an evening practice that reinforces the transformation while you sleep. This is what you've been doing these past 7 nights, and it's so powerful that you want to continue it indefinitely. Before you fall asleep, review your day from the perspective of your abundant self. Celebrate the moments when you showed up as that person. Acknowledge the times you took inspired action, spoke abundance, felt gratitude, or surrendered control. Don't focus on your perceived failures or slip-ups. Focus on your wins, even small ones. What you appreciate appreciates, and when you acknowledge your progress, you create momentum for more progress. Then, as you drift towards sleep, choose 1 or 2 of the rituals to practice. Maybe tonight you focus on gratitude, falling asleep in appreciation. Tomorrow night, you focus on embodying your abundant self, falling asleep in that identity. The next night you speak your decrees, falling asleep with those quantum commands. By rotating through the rituals, you keep them all active in your consciousness. You prevent any one aspect of the system from going dormant. Let me tell you about Jennifer's integration practice. She created what she called her Abundance Trinity. Morning, midday, and evening practices that took a total of maybe 30 minutes out of her entire day. In the morning, she spent 10 minutes connecting with her abundant self, feeling gratitude, and speaking decrees. At midday, she took a 5-minute break to check in with her state and course-correct if needed. In the evening before bed, she spent 15 minutes reviewing her day, celebrating wins, and practicing one of the 7 rituals. This simple structure, practiced consistently, maintained her elevated frequency, and the results were extraordinary. 6 months into this practice, Jennifer's income had increased 400%. A year into it, she'd created a level of abundance she once thought impossible. But more than the money, Jennifer maintained a state of peace, joy, and trust that transformed her entire life. She wasn't just wealthier financially. She was wealthier in every dimension because she'd made abundance consciousness her default operating system. Now let's talk about how to handle the inevitable challenges and setbacks that will arise. You're going to have days when, despite your best efforts, things go wrong. Money problems might emerge, opportunities might fall through, unexpected expenses might appear. In these moments, your old programming will try to take over. Fear will whisper that it's not working, that you're fooling yourself, that you should give up on this abundance nonsense and return to realistic thinking, which is just another word for limitation thinking. These moments are tests. They're opportunities to prove to yourself and the universe that your transformation is real, that you're not someone who only maintains elevated consciousness when circumstances are favorable. The prosperous warrior doesn't just think abundant thoughts when money is flowing. The prosperous warrior maintains abundance consciousness, especially when circumstances seem to contradict it. Here's how you navigate challenges without losing your frequency. First, you feel your feelings. If you're scared or disappointed or frustrated, you don't suppress those emotions or pretend they're not there. You acknowledge them. You let them move through you. You're human, and human emotions are part of the experience. But you don't identify with them or let them hijack your state. You observe them without becoming them. You say, "I notice fear arising," rather than, "I am afraid." This subtle shift keeps you in your power. Second, you zoom out to the bigger picture. This setback is just one moment in your overall journey. One disappointing outcome doesn't negate all the progress you've made or invalidate the transformation you've experienced. You remember that manifestation isn't linear. Sometimes things appear to get worse before they get better because old patterns are clearing to make space for new levels. Sometimes what looks like a setback is actually a redirection toward something better. You trust the process, even when you can't see the outcome yet. Third, you return to the fundamentals. When you're feeling off-center, you go back to the basics of the 7 rituals. You check your beliefs. Have you allowed a limiting belief to reactivate? Replace it with truth. You check your emotions. Are you vibrating in lack? Generate gratitude and abundance. You check your language. Are you speaking limitation? Issue new decrees. You check your identity. Have you forgotten who you are? Reconnect with your abundant self. You check your attachment. Are you trying to control? Surrender to flow. You check your actions. Are you forcing from fear? Find inspired next steps. These 7 areas are your diagnostic tools. When you're not experiencing abundance, one or more of these areas has fallen out of alignment. By checking each one and realigning it, you return to your elevated state. David used this system brilliantly when his business faced a major challenge. A key client canceled a large contract unexpectedly, creating a significant financial shortfall. David's first reaction was panic. His old passions screamed that he was going to fail, that he couldn't recover, that he should have known better than to trust this abundance stuff. But David had trained himself to recognize this voice. He paused, breathed, and went through his integration checklist. Beliefs. Was he believing this setback meant anything about his worth or his future? No, he chose to believe this was a redirection. Emotions. Was he in fear? Yes, so he consciously generated trust and gratitude. Language. What was he saying about the situation? He shifted from "this is a disaster" to "something better is coming." Identity. Who was he being? He reconnected with his prosperous warrior self who had overcome challenges before. Attachment. Was he trying to control the outcome? He surrendered to divine timing. Actions. What was the inspired next step? He felt guided to reach out to 3 former clients he'd been meaning to contact. By the end of the week, all 3 had new projects for him that totaled more than the canceled contract. David had used the challenge as an opportunity to deepen his integration rather than regress to old patterns, and the universe rewarded his consciousness by delivering something better than what he'd lost. This is the power of true integration. You don't just practice abundance consciousness when it's easy. You especially practice it when it's hard. You don't just trust the universe when everything is going well. You especially trust when circumstances seem scary. You don't just maintain your frequency when you feel like it. You maintain it as a discipline, as a commitment, as a non-negotiable. This is what separates people who have temporary results from people who create lasting transformation. The temporary people are circumstance-dependent. They're abundant when circumstances permit it, and limiting when circumstances challenge them. The transformed people are consciousness-dependent. They maintain their elevated state regardless of circumstances, and they trust that the circumstances will eventually catch up to their consciousness. Let me share the story of Elena, who mastered this integration so completely that she became unstoppable. Elena had been practicing the 7 rituals for 6 months when her entire industry collapsed due to economic shifts. Overnight, her income stream disappeared. Her colleagues panicked. desperately looking for any work they could find, taking huge pay cuts, making decisions from fear. But Elena did something different. She used this challenge as an opportunity to test her integration every day. Despite having no income, she practiced her morning ritual. She connected with abundance. She spoke decrees of prosperity. She embodied her wealthy self. She took inspired action by reaching out to contacts, exploring new possibilities, staying open to unexpected opportunities. She refused to speak lack or entertain limiting thoughts. She trusted completely that the universe was redirecting her toward something better. Within 3 weeks, Elena received an offer to consult for a company in a completely different industry, something she'd never considered before. The pay was triple what she'd been making previously. Within 3 months, she'd turned that consulting gig into a thriving business. Within a year, she was more successful than she'd ever been, and grateful for the industry collapse that forced her to expand beyond her limitations. Elena's integration was so solid that even a massive external challenge couldn't shake her internal state. And because her internal state remained abundant, her external reality reorganized itself to match. As you relax now into this understanding, I want you to feel the shift that's available to you. These 7 rituals aren't just techniques you learned. They're not just practices you do. They've become part of your consciousness. They've rewired your brain. They've reconditioned your body. They've transformed your energy field. You are different than you were 8 days ago at a cellular level, at a neurological level, at an energetic level. The question now is, will you honor this transformation by maintaining it? Or will you allow old patterns to slowly reclaim your consciousness? The choice is yours. But I want you to understand that maintaining your transformation isn't hard. It doesn't require hours of practice or superhuman discipline. It simply requires consistency with the basics and consciousness in your daily life. 15 minutes of intentional practice morning and evening, regular check-ins during the day, and conscious attention to your state. That's it. That's all it takes to maintain and deepen what you've created. And here's the beautiful thing about integration. The longer you practice, the easier it becomes. The first weeks and months require conscious effort and attention. You're building new neural pathways, establishing new habits, training your nervous system in a new frequency. But over time, these new patterns become automatic. Your abundant self becomes your default self. Elevated emotions become your natural state. Inspired action becomes your automatic response. Gratitude becomes your filter for perceiving reality. Trust becomes your relationship with the universe. You won't have to try to be abundant anymore. You'll just be abundant because that's who you've become. This is mastery. This is integration. This is when transformation becomes permanent. I want to give you a powerful integration tool to use moving forward. Create what I call an abundance anchor, a physical object or gesture that immediately connects you with your elevated state. Maybe it's a specific piece of jewelry you wear that reminds you of your abundant self. Maybe it's a word or phrase you say to yourself. Maybe it's a physical gesture, like placing your hand on your heart. Whatever you choose, you're going to condition this anchor by using it every time you practice your rituals, every time you're in your elevated state, every time you experience a win or manifestation. You're training your nervous system to associate this anchor with your abundance frequency. Then, throughout your day, whenever you notice yourself slipping into old patterns, you activate your anchor. You touch your jewelry, say your phrase, make your gesture, and your nervous system immediately recalls the abundant state. This technique, used consistently, makes maintaining your frequency almost effortless. Sarah created an anchor using a simple gesture, touching her thumb and forefinger together while taking a deep breath. Every time she practiced her morning ritual, every time she fell asleep in gratitude, every time she received money or good news, she would make this gesture while feeling the elevated emotion. She was conditioning her nervous system to link the gesture with the abundant state. Then throughout her day, whenever she caught herself in worry or fear or limitation, she would make the gesture, take the breath, and immediately feel her state shift. The anchor became so powerful that just making the gesture would instantly elevate her frequency. This simple tool made integration almost automatic for Sarah. Her abundant state was literally at her fingertips, available in any moment with a simple gesture. Tonight, as you prepare to sleep, I want you to reflect on your journey through these 7 rituals. Think about who you were 8 nights ago and who you are now. Feel the difference. Notice the shift in your thoughts, your emotions, your energy, your confidence. You've done something extraordinary. You've transformed your consciousness at the deepest levels. You've installed a new operating system of abundance. You've become a different person. And this different person is going to create a different life. Not might create, will create. It's inevitable. It's quantum law. Your outer world must match your inner world. Your circumstances must align with your consciousness. Your reality must reflect your frequency. You've changed the signal you're broadcasting, and the universe is already responding, already rearranging, already bringing you the opportunities, resources, and circumstances that match your new frequency. Your only job now is to maintain what you've created. Practice your morning ritual daily. Check in throughout the day. Practice your evening ritual nightly. Use your abundance anchor when needed. Catch yourself when you slip and choose again. Stay conscious. Stay committed. Stay in the frequency. Do this for the next 30 days, and these practices will become so natural you won't have to think about them. Do it for 90 days, and they'll be hardwired into your nervous system. Do it for a year, and you won't be able to imagine living any other way. You'll look back at who you were before these rituals and barely recognize that person. You'll wonder how you ever lived in limitation. You'll be grateful for the day you decided to transform, and you'll be living a life of abundance that exceeds anything you imagined when you started this journey. This is your path forward. This is your practice. This is your power. You are the integrated abundant self now, and every day you reinforce and deepen that identity through your conscious practice. You're not trying to become abundant anymore. You're maintaining and expanding the abundance you've already become. You're not hoping for transformation. You're living it. You're not waiting for your breakthrough. You're experiencing it right now in this moment and every moment that follows. This is your new reality. This is your new normal. This is who you are. Sleep now in this integrated wholeness, knowing that you have everything you need to maintain and grow your abundance indefinitely. You are complete. You are powerful. You are transformed. And tomorrow, you continue living as the magnificent, abundant being you've become. Rest well, integrated one. Your abundant life is not coming. It's here. It's now. It's you. And so it is. Chapter 10. The beginning of your new reality. Abundance as a lifestyle. Welcome to the final night of this journey, though calling it an ending feels wrong because what you've experienced over these past 9 nights isn't something that ends. It's something that begins. Tonight isn't about closure. It's about launch. It's about stepping fully into the life you've been preparing for, the abundant reality you've been constructing in consciousness that's now ready to manifest in physical form. Tonight we celebrate the transformation you've undergone, acknowledge the powerful being you've become, and set your trajectory for the magnificent life that stretches before you. Tonight you cross the threshold from who you were into who you are, and you never look back. Let me tell you what's already happened, even if you can't fully see it yet. Over these 9 nights, you've undergone a complete metamorphosis at the level of consciousness. Your brain has literally rewired itself, forming new neural pathways and weakening old ones. Your nervous system has been reconditioned to a new baseline frequency. Your subconscious mind has been reprogrammed with empowering beliefs and abundant expectations. Your heart's electromagnetic field has become more coherent, broadcasting a clearer signal into the quantum field. Your entire energy system has been upgraded to vibrate at the frequency of prosperity. You are not the same person who began this journey. That person no longer exists. You've shed that old identity like a snake sheds its skin. What remains is the authentic you, the abundant you, the powerful you that was always there beneath the layers of conditioning and limitation. And here's what this means in practical terms. Starting tomorrow, and every day that follows, you're going to notice things you never noticed before. You're going to see opportunities that were always there but invisible to your old frequency. You're going to think thoughts that create possibilities instead of limitations. You're going to feel emotions that magnetize abundance instead of repelling it. You're going to speak words that command reality instead of just describing it. You're going to take actions that flow with universal intelligence instead of fighting against it. You're going to attract people, circumstances, and resources that match your new frequency. This isn't hope or wishful thinking. This is the inevitable result of consciousness transformation. You've changed your signal. The universe must respond with a matching reflection. It's law. Let me share with you a vision of what your life looks like 30 days from now, 90 days from now, 1 year from now, if you maintain the practices and consciousness you've developed. 30 days from now, you've had multiple experiences that confirm your transformation is real. Maybe it's money that came from an unexpected source. Maybe it's an opportunity that appeared out of nowhere. Maybe it's a problem that resolved itself in a way you couldn't have orchestrated. Maybe it's a shift in how people respond to you, treating you with more respect and openness. Whatever the specific manifestations, you have tangible evidence that something fundamental has changed. Your confidence grows. Your trust deepens. You know without doubt that this is real, that you've tapped into something powerful, that you're on a path that leads somewhere extraordinary. 90 days from now, the changes are undeniable. Your income has increased, maybe significantly, maybe in small increments that are building momentum. Your relationship with money has transformed. You no longer feel anxious or stressed about finances. Even if you're not where you ultimately want to be, you feel confident you're moving in the right direction. You've had experiences of synchronicity that seem almost magical. Moments when the exact person you needed to meet appeared, or the perfect information came at the perfect time, or doors opened that you weren't even trying to open. You've developed trust in the process. You know you're being guided and supported. You've caught yourself thinking and acting from abundance, without effort. It's becoming natural, automatic, your new default. People around you have started commenting that there's something different about you. They can't quite name it, but they feel your shift. Some are inspired by it. Others are attracted to your new energy. Your life is measurably better, and it's accelerating. 1 year from now, you barely recognize the person you were before these rituals. That person lived in a different reality, operated from a different consciousness, experienced a different world. Your financial situation has transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible a year ago. Maybe you've doubled or tripled your income. Maybe you've paid off debt that once felt crushing. Maybe you've built savings and investments. Maybe you've started or grown a business. Maybe you've changed careers into something more aligned and abundant. Whatever the specific circumstances, you're living in a level of prosperity that the old you could only dream about. But more than the money, you've gained something priceless, unshakable, knowing that you create your reality, that abundance is your natural state, that the universe supports you completely. You move through life with a confidence and ease that's magnetic. You trust yourself. You trust the process. You trust that everything always works out for you. And because you trust it, it does. But let me be clear about something important. This isn't a guarantee that everything will be perfect or easy. You're still going to face challenges. Life will still present obstacles. You'll still have moments of doubt or fear or frustration. What changes is how you relate to these experiences. The old you would have been devastated by setbacks, interpreting them as evidence of failure or proof that you're not good enough. The new you sees challenges as opportunities for growth, as tests of your commitment, as the universe's way of strengthening you for the next level. The old you would have let circumstances dictate your emotional state. The new you maintains your frequency regardless of circumstances, knowing that your consistent vibration is what creates change, not the other way around. The old you would have given up when things got hard. The new you doubles down on your practices, trusting that breakthrough is often just on the other side of the breakdown. Let me tell you about Marcus, who is now 5 years into his abundance journey. Marcus started exactly where you are right now, completing these 7 rituals and stepping into his new reality. The first year was exciting and validating as he saw clear evidence of transformation. His income doubled, opportunities multiplied, life felt magical. But then, year 2 brought challenges. His business faced unexpected difficulties. A major client left. The economy shifted. Marcus could have interpreted these challenges as proof that the abundant stuff was just temporary magic, that real life eventually reasserts itself. But Marcus had integrated the teachings deeply enough to see these challenges differently. He used them as opportunities to deepen his practice, to prove to himself and the universe that his transformation was real and lasting. He maintained his morning practice. He stayed in gratitude. He continued embodying his abundant self, even when circumstances suggested otherwise. He took inspired action while surrendering outcomes. And by the end of year 2, he'd not only recovered, but surpassed his previous success. The challenges had been the universe's way of testing and strengthening his consciousness, preparing him for even greater abundance. Now, 5 years later, Marcus operates at a level of prosperity that seemed impossible when he started. But what's more impressive than his financial success is his unshakable peace and trust. Marcus has faced multiple challenges over these 5 years, each one bigger than the last, and each time he maintained his frequency, trusted the process, and emerged stronger and more abundant. He's proven to himself over and over that his consciousness creates his reality. He knows without doubt that he's always supported, always guided, always held by an intelligent, abundant universe. This knowing is worth more than all the money he's accumulated because it means he's free from fear. He doesn't worry about the future. He doesn't stress about circumstances. He knows that no matter what happens externally, he has the internal tools to maintain his frequency and create his desired reality. This is mastery. This is freedom. This is what's possible for you as you continue this path. As you relax now into this final night, I want you to imagine your life 1 year from now, having maintained your practices and deepened your transformation. See yourself clearly. What does your life look like? How much money are you making? What work are you doing? Where are you living? Who are you with? How do you feel when you wake up in the morning? What's your daily experience of life? Make this vision as vivid and detailed as possible. This isn't fantasy. This is you accessing the quantum field and choosing which probability you're going to collapse into reality. This version of your life already exists as potential. You're not making it up. You're tuning into it, feeling it, claiming it. And by holding this vision with clarity and emotion, you're setting your trajectory. You're telling your subconscious mind and the universe exactly where you're headed, and both will conspire to get you there. Now I want to talk about what happens beyond the first year, because abundance isn't a destination you reach and then stop growing. Abundance is a lifestyle, a way of being that continues to expand and deepen throughout your entire life. As you maintain your practices year after year, you don't just maintain the same level of abundance. You expand into greater and greater levels. Your capacity to receive increases. Your ability to create value in the world grows. Your consciousness continues to evolve. Year by year, you become a clearer channel for prosperity to flow through you and to you. You start realizing that abundance isn't just about you having more. It's about you becoming a conduit for abundance to flow to others through your gifts, your presence, your contributions. This is when abundance becomes truly fulfilling, when it's not just about accumulation, but about circulation. Not just about receiving, but about giving. Not just about personal prosperity, but about collective elevation. I want to share the story of Elena, who is now 10 years into her abundance journey. When Elena started, she just wanted enough money to stop worrying about bills. That was the extent of her vision. But as she practiced the rituals and experienced transformation, her vision expanded. First, she wanted financial security. Then she wanted real wealth. Then she wanted time freedom. Then she wanted to help others. Then she wanted to create a legacy. Each level of abundance revealed new possibilities she hadn't even considered at the previous level. Now, a decade later, Elena runs a multi-million-dollar business that employs hundreds of people and serves thousands of customers. She's created wealth that will support her family for generations. She mentors young entrepreneurs, teaching them the consciousness principles that transformed her life. She donates generously to causes she cares about. She lives a life of such abundance and impact that her younger self couldn't have even imagined it. But here's what Elena says when people ask her about success. The external abundance is wonderful, but the internal transformation is what really matters. She's become someone who trusts herself completely, who knows her worth, who moves through life with confidence and grace, who creates value effortlessly, who sees abundance everywhere. This internal state is the real wealth, and the external prosperity is just the reflection of it. This is the path you're on. You're not just learning techniques to make more money. You're evolving consciousness. You're becoming someone who naturally attracts and creates abundance because that's who you are, not because of what you do. And as you evolve, your impact expands. You become someone who lifts others simply by being in your presence. Your elevated frequency raises the frequency of everyone around you. Your abundance creates opportunities for others to experience abundance. Your transformation inspires others to transform. You become living proof that consciousness creates reality, that anyone can shift from limitation to prosperity, that the universe is abundant and supportive. This is the highest purpose of your abundance journey. Not just to enrich yourself, but to enrich the world around you through your example, your energy, and your contributions. Now let me speak directly to any doubts or fears that might be arising as we come to the end of these formal teachings. Part of you might be thinking, but what if I can't maintain this? What if I slip back? What if it was just temporary inspiration and real life pulls me back to old patterns? These are normal thoughts. They're the last gasps of your old programming trying to maintain its existence. But I want you to hear this clearly. You've already proven you can do this. You've completed 9 nights of deep transformation work. You've shown up consistently. You've done the practices. You've shifted your consciousness. You've already demonstrated the commitment and capability required. The question isn't whether you can continue. The question is whether you will continue. And that's a choice you make every single day. Here's what I know about you, having guided you through this journey. You're not someone who does things halfway. You're not someone who gives up easily. You're someone who seeks truth, who values growth, who's willing to do the work required for transformation. You wouldn't have made it to this 10th chapter if you were someone who quits when things get challenging. You have everything you need to maintain and expand what you've created. You have the knowledge. You have the practices. You have the experience of these past 9 nights, proving that this works. You have the power of your own consciousness, which is the greatest power in the universe. The only thing that can stop you now is you choosing to stop yourself. And I don't believe you will, because I've felt your commitment through these nights. I've witnessed your transformation. You're not going back. You can't go back. The old you no longer fits who you've become. Let me offer you a powerful practice for maintaining momentum as you move forward. Every month, on the anniversary of completing these rituals, review your progress. Look at where you were a month ago, 3 months ago, 6 months ago. Acknowledge how far you've come. Celebrate your wins, both external manifestations and internal shifts. Notice the ways your life has changed, the ways you've changed. This regular review serves multiple purposes. It reinforces your transformation by making progress visible. It keeps you motivated by showing you're moving in the right direction. It deepens your trust by proving the principles work. And it raises your frequency by putting you in a state of gratitude and celebration. Don't wait until you've achieved some imaginary finish line to acknowledge your success. Celebrate the journey. Honor the process. Appreciate every step forward, no matter how small. This practice of regular celebration is itself a powerful abundance ritual that attracts more to celebrate. I also want to give you permission to evolve these practices over time. The 7 rituals, as I've taught them, are a foundation, a starting point. But as you grow, as your consciousness expands, as you deepen your understanding, you might find yourself naturally modifying or adding to these practices. That's perfect. That's evolution. Don't rigidly adhere to the exact form I've given you if your intuition guides you to adjust. The principles are what matter: dissolving limitation, elevating emotion, activating gratitude, embodying abundance, speaking power, surrendering control, taking inspired action. How you specifically practice these principles might shift over time. And that's not only okay, it's desirable. You're becoming your own master, your own guide. Trust your inner wisdom. Follow your inspiration. Make these teachings your own. Sarah did this beautifully. She started with the 7 rituals exactly as taught, practicing them faithfully for the first 6 months. But then she began receiving intuitive guidance about what her unique practice should look like. She kept the core principles, but adapted the specific practices to fit her personality and lifestyle. She shortened some rituals and extended others. She added elements from her own spiritual background. She created new practices that felt deeply aligned for her. And her abundance continued to expand because she wasn't mechanically following someone else's formula. She was dancing with the principles, making them her own, allowing her practice to be alive and evolutionary. This is what I want for you. Use these 9 nights as your foundation, then build your own unique practice on top of it, guided by your own wisdom and inspiration. As you prepare to drift into sleep on this final night of formal teaching, I want to offer you a vision of who you're becoming over the next chapter of your life. You're becoming someone who lives in perpetual abundance, not because circumstances are always perfect, but because your consciousness is always aligned. You're becoming someone who trusts life completely, knowing that you're always supported, always guided, always held. You're becoming someone who creates value effortlessly, whose gifts flow naturally, whose contributions make a real difference in the world. You're becoming someone who inspires others through your example, whose elevated frequency lifts everyone you encounter. You're becoming someone who knows their worth, who moves with confidence, who makes decisions from clarity and power. You're becoming someone who experiences life as an adventure rather than a struggle, who sees challenges as opportunities, who grows through every experience. You're becoming someone who knows without doubt that consciousness creates reality and that you are the conscious creator of your life. This is not who you're trying to become. This is who you already are becoming. The process is already underway. The transformation is already happening. You've planted seeds over these 9 nights that will continue to grow and flower in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Some changes will be immediate and dramatic. Others will be subtle and gradual, but all of them will be real. All of them will compound. All of them will lead you deeper into the abundant life that's your birthright. Your only job is to tend these seeds by maintaining your practices, to water them with your consistent attention, to allow them to grow at their own perfect pace. You don't have to force the growth. You don't have to make things happen. You simply maintain your frequency, take inspired action, and trust the process. The universe handles the rest. Tonight, as you fall asleep for this final time in our formal journey together, I want you to feel profound gratitude for yourself. You showed up for yourself in a powerful way. You committed to transformation when you could have stayed comfortable in limitation. You did the work when you could have made excuses. You opened yourself to new possibilities when you could have clung to old certainties. You chose growth over comfort, expansion over safety, transformation over stagnation. That took courage. That took commitment. That took faith in yourself and in the process. Honor that. Appreciate that. Let yourself feel proud of what you've accomplished. You've given yourself an incredible gift, the gift of remembering who you truly are and what you're truly capable of. This gift will keep giving for the rest of your life. And know this, even though these formal teachings are complete, you're never alone on this journey. The universe is always with you, supporting you, guiding you, orchestrating circumstances for your highest good. Your abundant self, the elevated version of you that you've been embodying, is always available to guide you. Anytime you feel lost or uncertain, just connect with that aspect of yourself. Ask, what would my abundant self do right now? And listen for the answer. You have access to infinite wisdom within you. You have access to the quantum field of all possibilities. You have access to a universe that wants you to thrive and is constantly working to help you succeed. You're not doing this alone. You're co-creating with the most powerful force in existence. As you drift now into peaceful sleep, let these words be the final transmission of our time together. You are abundance. You are prosperity. You are wealth. You are power. You are consciousness itself, playing in the field of infinite potential, choosing which possibilities to collapse into reality through your attention, intention, and vibration. You have within you everything you need to create a life of extraordinary abundance. The knowledge, the power, the practices, the support, everything. There is nothing outside you that you need to complete you or make you whole. You are already complete. You are already whole. You are already abundant. The journey ahead isn't about becoming these things. It's about fully realizing and expressing what you already are. Your abundant life begins now, not tomorrow, not when circumstances change, not when you achieve some external milestone. Now, in this moment, you are living your abundant life, because abundance is a state of consciousness, not a state of circumstances. And you've cultivated that consciousness through these 9 powerful nights of transformation. You've done the work. You've made the shift. You've claimed your power. Now you simply live it, day by day, moment by moment, choice by choice, practice by practice. You maintain your frequency. You trust the process. You take inspired action. You celebrate progress. You expand continuously, and year by year, your life becomes a greater and greater expression of the abundance that you are. Sleep now, beloved Creator, in the peaceful certainty of your transformation. Rest in the knowing that your abundant reality is already forming in the quantum field and manifesting in the physical world. Dream of the magnificent life that awaits you, the prosperity that's flowing to you, the opportunities that are seeking you out, and wake tomorrow as the fully abundant being you are, ready to live your purpose, share your gifts, create your wealth, and experience the joy, freedom, and fulfillment that are your birthright. Thank you for taking this journey with me. Thank you for showing up for yourself. Thank you for choosing transformation. Thank you for claiming your abundance. Your old life is complete. Your new life has begun. Everything you desire is already yours. And so it is. Good night, abundant one. Welcome to your magnificent new reality. May your life overflow with blessings beyond measure. You are abundant. You are prosperous. You are free, always and forever. And so it is. Chapter 1. The Temporal Portal. Why this moment is your greatest power. There's a secret that ancient civilizations knew, that quantum physicists are now confirming, and that you're about to discover. Not all moments are created equal. Right now, as you listen to these words in the final days of December, you're standing at the edge of the most powerful window of manifestation that exists in the entire calendar year. This isn't superstition. This isn't wishful thinking. This is the intersection of neuroscience, quantum mechanics, and thousands of years of human consciousness evolution, and you're positioned exactly where you need to be to harness it. Let me ask you something. Have you ever wondered why January 1st feels different? Why there's this collective energy, this sense of possibility, this feeling that everything could change? You might think it's just social conditioning, just a date on a calendar that humans invented. But what if I told you that your brain, your nervous system, and even the quantum field itself respond to cycles and transitions in ways that science is only beginning to understand? What if the threshold between December 31st and January 1st isn't just symbolic, but represents an actual neurological and energetic reset point where your consciousness has amplified creative power? Consider Sarah, a woman who had spent 15 years trying to change her life. 15 years of goal-setting workshops, vision boards, and New Year's resolutions that fizzled out by February. She had tried everything, or so she thought. Then 3 years ago, she discovered something that changed everything. She learned that the final week of December wasn't just the end of a year. It was a portal. She learned that her brain was literally rewiring itself during this transition, creating new neural pathways at an accelerated rate. She learned that the quantum field of infinite possibilities was more responsive to her focused intention during this specific window than at any other time. Sarah didn't just set goals that December. She consciously reprogrammed her identity, her frequency, and her relationship with reality itself. By January 15th, opportunities she had been chasing for years started appearing effortlessly. By March, her income had doubled. By June, she was living a life she previously thought was reserved for other people. What changed? Not the universe, not luck. Sarah discovered how to work with the temporal portal instead of against it. Your brain is the most sophisticated computer ever created, but unlike the device you might be using to listen to this right now, your brain doesn't just store information. It creates reality. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every belief you hold is literally shaping the neural networks that determine what you perceive, what actions you take, and ultimately, what results you create. And here's what neuroscience has discovered. Your brain is extraordinarily responsive to beginnings and endings. When you approach a transition point, whether it's the end of a day, the end of a week, or especially the end of a year, your neural networks become more plastic, more malleable, more open to change. This is called temporal landmarks effect, and it's one of the most powerful tools you have for transformation. Think about it this way. Your subconscious mind, which controls about 95% of your daily behaviors and decisions, operates primarily on patterns and habits. These patterns were formed through repetition over time, and they create the autopilot that runs most of your life. Now, your subconscious doesn't distinguish between past, present, and future, the way your conscious mind does. To your subconscious, everything is happening now. So when you approach a major temporal landmark, like January 1st, something remarkable happens. Your subconscious recognizes this as a dividing line, a before and after, and it becomes exponentially more receptive to new programming. It's as if the firewall that normally protects your existing patterns temporarily lowers its defenses, creating an opening for you to install new operating systems, new beliefs, new identities. Ancient wisdom traditions understood this intuitively. The Egyptians celebrated the rising of Sirius, marking their new year as a time of spiritual rebirth and manifestation. The Babylonians made promises to their gods at the start of each year, recognizing that this moment held special power. Celtic traditions honored Samhain as the end of one cycle and beginning of another, a time when the veil between worlds was thin and transformation was possible. Jewish culture celebrates Rosh Hashanah, literally head of the year, as a time for deep reflection and conscious recommitment to one's highest self. These weren't just cultural traditions. They were sophisticated technologies for working with consciousness at its most malleable point. Now, quantum physics enters the conversation and reveals something even more extraordinary. At the quantum level, particles exist in superposition, meaning they exist in all possible states simultaneously, until observation collapses them into one specific reality. Your consciousness, your focused attention, is what collapses infinite possibilities into singular experiences. And research in quantum biology suggests that this process isn't random. Your emotional state, your beliefs, your expectations, these actually influence which possibilities collapse into your experienced reality. During major temporal transitions, particularly the shift from one year to another, there's a collective energetic amplification happening. Millions of people simultaneously focused on change, on new beginnings, on possibility creates a morphic field, a shared consciousness that makes manifestation exponentially more powerful. You're not just participating in a personal reset. You're tapping into a collective wave of transformational energy that happens once per year, and you're learning how to ride it consciously instead of being swept along unconsciously. This is why people who understand this principle and apply it deliberately create results that seem miraculous to others. They're not lucky. They're not special. They're simply working with the natural rhythms of consciousness and energy instead of against them. Let me share another example. Michael was an entrepreneur who had been struggling for 7 years. His business was surviving, barely, but never thriving. Every year he would set revenue goals, make plans, work harder, and every year, despite his efforts, he would end up in roughly the same place. Then someone introduced him to the concept of the temporal portal. He learned that his problem wasn't effort. It was timing and consciousness. So in the last week of December, instead of just planning his business strategy for the next year, he did something different. He consciously ended his identity as a struggling entrepreneur. He performed a mental ceremony where he released every limiting belief about money, success, and his own worthiness. Then, in that space of openness, he built a new identity. He didn't just visualize having a successful business. He became, in his mind and emotions, the version of himself who already had that business. He felt it. He breathed it. He lived it internally before it existed externally. On January the 1st, he woke up as a different person, not because the calendar changed, but because he used the calendar change as a mechanism to shift his consciousness. Within that first month, he made a decision he had been avoiding for years. Within 3 months, his business had transformed. Within a year, he had tripled his revenue. What changed? Michael stopped trying to change his circumstances and started using the temporal portal to change himself. Your conscious mind is wonderful for analysis, planning, and logic, but your subconscious mind is what creates your reality, and your subconscious speaks the language of symbols, emotions, and repetition. The transition from December 31st to January the 1st is one of the most powerful symbols your subconscious recognizes. It represents death and rebirth, ending and beginning, old self and new self. When you consciously work with this symbol, when you pair it with clear intention, elevated emotion, and new identity, you're essentially giving your subconscious permission and direction to restructure your entire operating system. Science shows us that the first few moments after waking up are when your brainwave state is most conducive to reprogramming. You're in theta state, the same brainwave frequency where hypnosis works, where deep meditation happens, where the barrier between conscious and subconscious is thinnest. Now imagine this. January the 1st, you wake up. You're already in this receptive brain state. You're also experiencing the psychological and energetic impact of a major temporal landmark. And if you've done the work in the days leading up to this moment, if you've consciously prepared, released, and programmed yourself, that first waking moment of the new year becomes a quantum event. Your first thought, your first feeling, your first intention on January 1st literally sets the frequency, the trajectory, the energetic signature for the entire year ahead. This is not metaphor. This is how consciousness works. Your brain is constantly generating electromagnetic fields. Your heart generates an even stronger field. These fields carry information, and they interact with the unified field, what quantum physics calls the field of all possibilities. When you enter a new cycle with a clear, coherent, emotionally elevated state, you're broadcasting a very specific signal into this field, and the field responds, not magically, not mysteriously, through the precise mechanisms of quantum entanglement, observer effect, and consciousness matter interaction that physics is documenting more clearly every year. You might be wondering, if this is so powerful, why doesn't everyone experience dramatic transformation every January? The answer is simple. Most people cross the threshold unconsciously. They carry all their old programming, all their old beliefs, all their old identity right into the new year. They might have different goals written down, but they're the same person thinking the same thoughts and feeling the same emotions. And since your external reality is always a reflection of your internal state, nothing fundamentally changes. The temporal portal is open for everyone, but only those who know it exists and consciously step through it with new consciousness actually experience its power. Think of it this way. Every New Year's Eve, a door opens, a door between what was and what could be. Most people stand at that door, look through it, maybe take one tentative step, but they're dragging all their baggage with them. The door closes on January 2nd, and they wonder why nothing changed. But you, by listening to this right now, you're learning to walk through that door differently. You're learning to consciously release what you're leaving behind. You're learning to elevate your frequency to match what you're moving toward. You're learning to become, in consciousness and energy, the version of you that lives the reality you desire, before that reality manifests physically. The ancient Hermetic principle states, as above, so below, as within, so without. Your external world is always matching your internal world. But during temporal portals, especially this one between December and January, the lag time between internal shift and external manifestation compresses dramatically. Changes that might normally take months to appear can manifest in weeks. Opportunities that would typically require years of effort can appear in months. This is why people who master this process often seem to live charmed lives. They're not more talented, they're not more deserving. They simply understand how to work with the natural acceleration points that exist in the fabric of time and consciousness. Your year isn't created in January. It's created in the days leading up to January. Right now, in these moments you're listening to this, you're in the preparation phase. You're in the most critical window. What you do with your consciousness, your energy, your attention in these final days of December will determine whether you walk through the portal as the old you with new wishes, or as the new you with unstoppable momentum. The choice as it always is yours. But now you know something most people don't. You know that this moment, right here, right now, isn't just another day at the end of another year. This is your temporal portal. This is your quantum opportunity. This is your invitation to consciously co-create the year that's about to begin. Not from hope or luck, but from understanding how reality actually works and positioning yourself in perfect alignment with its mechanics. Take a breath right now. Feel the significance of this moment. You're not randomly listening to these words. There's a reason you're here, now, in these specific days. Your consciousness called this to you because some part of you already knows what's possible. Some part of you remembers that you're not a passive observer of your life. You're the active creator of it, and that creative power is never stronger than it is right now, in this window between what was and what will be. The portal is open. The field is responsive. Your subconscious is receptive. Everything you need is already within you. And in the chapters ahead, you're going to learn exactly how to step through this portal and birth a year that reflects not who you've been, but who you're becoming. Welcome to the threshold. Welcome to your power. Welcome to the beginning of your perfectly co-created year. Chapter 2. Quantum Cleansing, Closing the Cycle with Consciousness. Before you can create the new, you must complete the old. This isn't just spiritual wisdom, it's quantum mechanics. Every unresolved emotion, every incomplete experience, every lesson not fully integrated is still broadcasting a signal from your energy field into the universe. And that signal is creating interference, static in your manifestation frequency, preventing you from accessing the full power of the temporal portal you now know exists. Right now, as December draws to a close, you have an opportunity that most people miss entirely. You can consciously complete this year, extract its gifts, release its burdens, and step into January with a clear field, a clean slate, and maximum creative power. Think about your computer for a moment. When you have too many programs running in the background, too many browser tabs open, too much data cluttering your hard drive, what happens? Everything slows down. Processing becomes labored. New programs struggle to run efficiently. Your consciousness works exactly the same way. Every unprocessed experience from this past year, every person you haven't forgiven, every disappointment you're still holding, every success you haven't fully acknowledged, all of it is running in the background of your consciousness, consuming energy, limiting bandwidth, and reducing your creative capacity. Quantum cleansing isn't about forcing yourself to forget or suppressing what happened. It's about consciously completing the energetic transactions of this year so that you cross into the new year with all your power available, not fragmented across unfinished business. Let me tell you about David. He came to the end of last December carrying what he thought was motivation, but was actually resentment. His business partner had betrayed him earlier that year. A relationship had ended badly. He had missed a major opportunity because of what he believed was someone else's mistake. David set ambitious goals for the new year. He visualized success. He took action. But by March, he noticed the pattern. Every new business opportunity somehow fell through. Every new relationship possibility ended before it began. He was working harder than ever, but getting nowhere. Then someone asked him a simple question. Have you actually completed last year, or are you just dragging it into this one? That question changed everything. David realized he had crossed into the new year carrying all the emotional weight, all the energetic debris, all the unresolved frequencies of the old year. He was trying to build a new reality on an unstable foundation. So, in March, he did what he should have done in December. He performed a quantum cleansing. He consciously revisited every major event of the previous year, extracted the lesson, felt the emotion fully, and then released it with intention. Within 2 weeks of completing this process, 3 opportunities appeared that had been invisible to him before. Within 2 months, he had attracted a new business partner who was perfect for his vision. What changed? Not his goals, not his effort. David cleaned his energetic field, and suddenly the universe could reach him clearly again. Your energy field is real. Science calls it your biofield, the electromagnetic field generated by your heart, your brain, your entire nervous system. This field extends beyond your physical body, and it's constantly interacting with other fields, with people, with environments, with the quantum field itself. When your biofield is cluttered with unresolved emotions and incomplete experiences, it's like trying to broadcast a clear radio signal through static. The message gets distorted, the frequency gets muddled, what you're trying to manifest gets mixed with what you're unconsciously holding, and the universe responds to the mixed signal by delivering mixed results. But when you consciously clear your field, when you complete the energetic cycles of the past, your signal becomes coherent, powerful, and unmistakable, and the universe has no choice but to respond with clarity. So how do you actually do this? How do you perform a quantum cleansing that's real, not just intellectual? It starts with honest inventory. You need to look back at this year that's ending, not with judgment, but with consciousness. What were the major events, the significant relationships, the biggest challenges, the notable victories? Write them down if that helps, or simply move through them mentally. But here's the key. You're not doing this to relive them or to feel bad about what didn't work. You're doing this to complete them. Every experience you had this year came bearing a gift, even the painful ones, especially the painful ones. Your job now is to unwrap those gifts, acknowledge them, and then consciously release the wrapping paper. Consider the concept of energetic debt. In relationships, in business, in life, we accumulate these invisible obligations. Someone hurt you, and you're waiting for them to apologize. You hurt someone, and you're carrying guilt. You failed at something, and you're holding shame. Someone succeeded where you didn't, and you're harboring envy. These are all forms of energetic debt, unresolved transactions that keep you connected to the past through invisible cords. And those cords are draining your power right now, in this present moment. Quantum cleansing means consciously severing those cords, not from a place of avoidance, but from a place of completion. You acknowledge what happened, you feel what needs to be felt, you extract the wisdom, and then you cut the cord with love and intention. Forgiveness is the master key to quantum cleansing, but not the kind of forgiveness most people think about. True forgiveness isn't about condoning what happened or pretending it didn't hurt. True forgiveness is about releasing yourself from the energetic prison of resentment. When you hold resentment towards someone, you might think you're punishing them, but energetically, you're the one in chains. Every time you replay the offense, every time you feel that familiar anger or hurt, you're recreating the experience in your energy field. You're literally keeping it alive, feeding it with your attention, your emotion, your life force, and that energy is unavailable for creating your new reality. Forgiveness, real forgiveness, is the moment you decide that your freedom is more important than your righteousness. It's when you choose your future over their past, and that choice, made consciously in these final days of December, is one of the most powerful acts of manifestation you can perform. But forgiveness isn't just for others. The person you most need to forgive is yourself. Think about all the times this year you didn't show up the way you wanted to, all the commitments you broke to yourself, all the opportunities you missed, all the moments you chose fear over courage, comfort over growth, the familiar over the possible. You've been carrying that weight, haven't you? That quiet voice that reminds you of your failures, your shortcomings, your not enoughness. That voice is broadcasting a frequency, and that frequency is creating your reality. Self-forgiveness doesn't mean lowering your standards or making excuses. It means recognizing that you did the best you could with the consciousness you had at the time. And now you have new consciousness. Now you know better. Now you can choose differently. The you who made those mistakes, who fell short, who disappointed yourself, that version of you was doing their best to navigate life with the tools and awareness they had. Thank that version for the lessons they provided. Honor them for getting you here. And then release them. You don't need to carry them into the new year because you're not that person anymore. There's a beautiful practice from ancient traditions called the life review, and it's particularly powerful when done at year's end. You mentally walk through the entire year, month by month, experiencing it not from judgment but from curiosity. What did January teach you? What gifts did February bring? What challenges did March present? And how did they shape you? Move through each month, not skipping over the hard parts, not glorifying only the good parts, but seeing the whole year as a complete curriculum designed specifically for your evolution. Because that's exactly what it was. Every person who entered your life, every situation you faced, every emotion you felt, all of it was perfectly orchestrated to bring you to this exact moment, with the exact consciousness you need for what's coming next. When you see your year this way, when you recognize the perfection in even the painful parts, something profound happens. Gratitude replaces regret. Wisdom replaces victimhood. Power replaces powerlessness. Gratitude is the ultimate quantum cleanser, because it's impossible to be grateful and resentful simultaneously. These two frequencies cannot coexist. When you genuinely feel gratitude for what this year brought you, even the lessons disguised as losses, you complete the energetic cycle. You signal to the universe that you received the message, integrated the teaching, and are ready for the next level. But this isn't fake gratitude, isn't toxic positivity, where you pretend everything was wonderful when it wasn't. This is mature gratitude that can hold paradox. This is the ability to say, that situation was painful, and I'm grateful for who I became because of it. That person hurt me, and I'm grateful for the boundary I learned to set. That failure devastated me, and I'm grateful for the humility and resilience it built. This kind of gratitude transforms everything because it recontextualizes your entire year from something that happened to you into something that happened for you. Let me share Elena's story. She ended last year carrying massive grief. Her mother had passed away in November, and by December she was barely functioning. Everyone told her to set goals for the new year, to think positive, to move forward. But Elena knew intuitively that she couldn't move forward until she moved through. So instead of pretending to be ready for the new year, she spent the last week of December in conscious completion with her mother. She wrote letters she never sent. She spoke out loud the things she never got to say. She cried until there were no more tears. She celebrated the lessons her mother taught her. She honored the pain of loss, while also acknowledging the gift of having had such a mother at all. And then, on December 31st, she performed a small ceremony. She released her mother's physical presence while keeping her essence. She thanked the grief for proving how much love there had been. And she made a conscious decision that the best way to honor her mother was to fully live the year ahead. Elena crossed into January, not having forgotten her mother, but having completed her grief enough to have space for new life. That year became one of her most transformative. She changed careers, moved to a new city, fell in love again. Not because she stopped missing her mother, but because she had consciously completed the energetic cycle of that loss, which freed her energy to create anew. You might not be dealing with grief as profound as Elena's, but you're dealing with something. We all are. Life gives us experiences, and those experiences require conscious completion. The relationship that ended, did you complete it? Or are you still energetically entangled? The goal you didn't reach, did you extract the lesson, or are you still beating yourself up? The success you achieved, did you fully celebrate it, or did you immediately move to the next thing without integrating the win? Each of these incomplete cycles is a leak in your energetic container, and you cannot fill a container that's leaking. Quantum cleansing is about sealing those leaks, one by one, with conscious awareness and intentional completion. Here's a powerful truth. You cannot selectively numb emotion. When you suppress the painful emotions, when you refuse to feel the disappointment, the hurt, the anger, you also diminish your capacity for joy, excitement, and love. Your emotional range is one spectrum, and you can't turn down one end without turning down the other. This is why so many people feel numb, feel stuck, feel like they're going through the motions of life without really living. They've spent years suppressing difficult emotions, and in doing so, they've suppressed their aliveness. Quantum cleansing asks you to feel it all, to let this year's emotions move through you completely so they don't get stored in your body, in your energy field, in your subconscious. You're creating space by allowing the old emotions to release, and that space is what allows new, elevated emotions to take root. Think about water. When water flows, it stays fresh, clear, alive. When water becomes stagnant, it grows murky, toxic, lifeless. Your emotional energy is the same. It needs to flow. The emotions you've been holding from this past year, they need to move, and these final days of December are your invitation to let them flow, to let them complete their cycle, to let them teach you their lessons, and then release them back to the quantum field from which they came. You don't need to carry them across the threshold. In fact, carrying them will make everything you're trying to create in the new year exponentially harder. Not impossible, but harder. Why choose the hard path when consciousness offers you an easier one? There's also power in blessing what's ending. Ancient traditions understood this. You don't just walk away from something. You honor it first. This year that's ending. Even if it was difficult, even if it broke you in places, it served you. It brought you here. It made you who you are right now. It prepared you for what's coming. Take a moment, maybe right now as you listen, to place your hand on your heart and say, either out loud or silently, thank you for this year. Thank you for the lessons, the growth, the challenges, the victories, all of it. I honor what this year was. I release what no longer serves. I take forward only the wisdom and the love. Feel that. Let it be real in your body, not just words in your mind. This is completion. This is how you consciously close one chapter before opening another. The quantum field responds to coherence. When your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are aligned, when there's no internal conflict, no mixed signals, you become a powerful manifester. But when you're saying you want abundance, while holding on to resentment about scarcity from the past, when you're claiming you're ready for love, while still energetically attached to the person who hurt you, when you're declaring this will be your best year while dragging unresolved pain from the last one, you're creating incoherence. And incoherence creates confused results. Quantum cleansing brings you back into coherence. It aligns your energy with your intention. It makes you congruent, and congruence is magnetism. When you're truly complete with the past, when you've extracted every lesson and released every burden, you become irresistibly attractive to the future you're calling in. As this chapter closes, and you prepare to move into the next phase of this journey, understand that you've just engaged in one of the most important preparations for your perfect year. You're not running away from this past year. You're graduating from it. You're not pretending it didn't happen. You're integrating what it taught you. You're not carrying it forward. You're distilling its essence and leaving its weight behind. This is mastery. This is consciousness. This is how you honor both where you've been and where you're going. Take a deep breath. Feel the lightness that comes from completion. Feel the space that's opening in your energy field. That space is sacred. That space is potential. That space is where your new year will be born. And you've just cleaned it, cleared it, and consecrated it through the power of your conscious awareness. Well done. Now you're ready for what comes next.